Thursday. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good after evening. Hope you're all keeping well. You join us here today in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. We're taking out the newly updated Accu Sim Aerostar 600 from A2A 0.95, right? The dirty update. Brilliant. So A2A have been busy updating the aircraft. This one in particular has some new textures, a couple of fixes to the avionics, some engine vibrations have been added in as well. So yeah, this is going from strength to strength. So we're here on the ground once again at Kilo Alpha Golf Sierra, Augusta Regional, right, in Georgia. I do like this airport. It's a default basic airport. Nothing fancy about it, but I like the region. And today, friends, we're going to be using OnAir Company. We're going to be doing some air ambulance or kind of medi-flight style adventures in our beloved Aerostar. Let's see how this one goes, right? But yes, today, the day before travel, wait till you hear this. I have to get up at 3 o'clock tonight. Wash, shower, comb my hair, right? Then I have to drive to Dublin Airport, drop at the car, ramble in, maybe have a snaky pint. That'd be weird though at that time of the morning. And then we're flying from Dublin into London City on an Embraer 190 British Airways. And then tomorrow, Friday, I'll be in London. And then Saturday, we're going to Duxford. I can't wait. The excitement levels. I haven't packed. I've nothing done. And I said, right, time to stream. That's what we're going to do. So yeah, great excitement for our first community meetup in the UK. Looking forward to this, do you know? But anyway, our plan today, we're going to see what OnAir Company will give us in terms of some flights, some different routes. We're still in the, I think it's Cumulus, we're still in that kind of free, let's start checking things out mode. OnAir have recently pushed out another update, tons of fixes, and we haven't scratched the surface with this bit of software. Yes, we can do flying, it records our flights, it has its own economy system, so you have, you know, there's financial decisions, aircraft rental, fuel, but then there's an entire industry add-on to this. Think of, I don't know, like SimCity or Industries or something like that, whereby we can build our own industry. We have to supply it with the proper resources, manufacture said stuff, and then get it to market, all being, you know, busy within a flight sim. Great. So it's all that stuff. We're going to be checking it out. Cyrus T is going to be dressed head to toe in teal. It's like Dumb and Dumber, one of those suits. It'd be a teal tuxedo. I cannot wait, my guy. Cannot wait. So currently on the ground at Kilo Alpha Golf Sierra, Augusta Regional. We're on the Southeast Asian server. We also have some JoinFS up and running. So if you'd like to come flying along, come fly along. It'd be great fun. We hope. I'll try not to break things. I also have it on live time and live weather. Now we'll have to wait and see because it's quite dark. It's quite early in the morning in Georgia. It's about, you know, 6:05. But we'll see how we get on with it. Do you know what I mean? But how's everyone? Are you keeping well? We had a busy day yesterday. It's been a busy week, hasn't it? It has been busy. And yeah, we're streaming today. We're going to start off with the Aerostar. We're going to be checking out OnAir. Then a little bit later on, we're going to ramble over to Flight Sim 2020. We're going to do a full Vatsim briefing for tonight's Thursday Vatsim's flight. We're going to be flying from Appleton all the way down to Washington, D.C. And as you could have imagined, yes, we have to do a bit of planning of how we get into that airport because there's a lot of traffic restrictions. So we need to be careful. Right. So we're going to do that later on as well. Have a full briefing, check out the weather, the NOTAMs, and prep the aircraft. Make sure everything is working the way it should be. And hopefully tonight we'll have the ATC coverage and I won't get shouted at. right, you know. So anyway, where are we at? Look, we're here early in the morning. Captain Neat is here, top of the morning to you, man. The Impossible Face is here. Sir Camsalot, my dude, you're very welcome aboard. Mac Vision, good morning. Captain Sickbag from the sunny southeast. It's sunny in Tipperary right now, but it is to change. There's all sorts of upside down rain coming at us. But hope you're well, Captain Sickbag. Behave. There's buttons being pressed. Corn Wolf, you're very welcome. APU Inspector is here. 98 Vulcan, you're welcome aboard, my guy. Toto 2495. Welcome in, Toto. Spitfire RAF 100, right here in the chat. Good morning to you, my guy. Disco Moth is here. How are you, Murph? MDA currently streaming, and he just shouted you out on his stream. Legend, that is MDA. Thank you very much indeed, Disco Moth. I was watching MDA. I do lurk in the background. right? And he's only been live for about an hour. He's flying the A400 in Canada, eh? And yeah, it looks really, really nice. And he's his new setup, and it's all terribly fancy. Naughty Gnome, well, hello there. Good to see you, buddy. Looking forward to catching up with you over the weekend. DJ Seamus is here, welcome in. Dougal McTavish the chairman. Be a lurkin. He watches everything. He knows when you've been naughty, right? He knows when you've been good. Come on, Dougal. Good to see you, buddy. Airport bars have their own time zone, regardless of where they are. You see, if I go for a pint at that time of the morning, I could be groggy after it. Do you know what I mean? Then again, it could be like Popeye and his spinach. It's hard to call. Cyrus, welcome in, buddy. Have a teal outfit all ready to go, so you'll know which dude I am on Saturday. Can't wait, man. Cannot wait to catch up with you. Cardiac Splash is here. Hope you're well. The Limbics, welcome aboard. How's it going, dudes and dudettes? Hope you're well, buddy. It's going well. It's going well. Busy enough morning. I didn't see bedtime till about 3 o'clock this morning because I'm in Egypt and I stayed up late and I, do stuff. But all is well in the realm. DK Funfly, top of the morning. Fly with Craig. The absolute awesomeness all wrapped up into a human being. Top of the morning to you, Craig. Hope you're well, buddy. And 100 bits, throwing them around like confetti. It was loose change he had in his pockets. Yes, he was busking last night, playing the violin and the harp and the harmonica with a guitar at the same time. Welcome in, Craig. Hope you're well, buddy. Congratulations on the exposure with Microsoft Flight Sim. You smashed it. Thank you very much. We've been there a few times on the OWL official channel. Always great fun. And yeah, that was fun last night with Flight FX. Great insight into what they were working on. And it was last night was mad because the citation, we're all enjoying it. It's really nice. But also that KA26, the Kamov. We had Seb on having a chat about that. Interesting machine. And then, of course, all the stuff from Say Intentions. Literally, right, that's live now. Crazy, absolutely crazy. It's cloudy southeast at the moment, but I spy sunnage in the distance. You're getting the sun we had, I'd say. You divil you. Cockspur is here. Seb, do you even sleep? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a Murph. Where are we at, Seb? What's happening? The whole story about where are we at. I was at Flight Sim Expo in Houston, and I don't know how it happened, but myself, Seb, and a handful of others ended up at a karaoke bar in an industrial estate in Texas. And as we were enjoying the copious volumes of beverage, people were up singing and dancing and line dancing, and there's all neon lights, and myself and Seb were like, what the feck? Right, and where are we? My phone beeped. Jeez, hang on. This could be the commander. Hang on. It's the boss. What'd she say? What does she do? She just sent me a text saying, terribly sorry for that, and then a devil face. She's after doing something. Something's not right in the realm. But anyway, myself and Seb just kind of leaned in and said, Seb, where are we at? And he's like, Murph, I don't know. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And then, Jesus, then what happened? People were singing, and there was. I had to go up and that's what it was. I had to go up and get a cocktail for someone. Was it Jane? I had to go up anyway, and what should you say? A fruitiest cocktail. I'll have a fruitiest cocktail. Oh, well, right. I know what they are. Up to the bar. Come here to me. And right, can I get 2 of them, 1 of them, 3 of them, and 4 of them? Don't tell anyone. And that's kind of what happened. Do you know what I mean? But it was brilliant. But yes, and then. The Compass Club commander himself, Captain Arash, drove me home. It was a mad night. Do you know, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. Commander Snow is here. Good to see you, man. The price of that citation is a steal, and the Kamov sounds like a death trap wrapped in a tractor on top of a washing machine. Inside the dishwasher. Yeah, it really does, man. It's awesome. PH Roy is here. Good to see you, buddy. Tier 2, 16 months. Jesus. Thank you very, very much indeed, Roy. Great to see you, buddy. Yeah, it was just one of those things. Serious Wolf, I'm just about to head to bed, being in the States and all, but have a good flight. Thank you very, very much. What time is it in the States? It's like 2 in the morning. Hang on, what's the... What does she... Hang on. I now know what she did. So we play I like to say it started off as a joke, but now it's like, Jesus. So like little things. Bottles of water right? We put bottles of water in the fridge, and like, you know, the squeezy sporty caps, right? And I'm a devil for this because I always open the top a little bit. So, right, so when she goes to have her water doing exercise in the morning, it goes everywhere. And then she got one better on me. She put a thumbtack into the base of my bottle, left it standing up in the fridge. Of course, I grabbed my bottle, come on in here, squeezed the bottle, as was my wont, and of course, water then. Highly dangerous things, you know, and hiding just stupid things around the house. Keep you on your toes, you know what I mean? Hiding toilet roll and, like, you know, all this kind of stuff. She even got, and we've seen this on the internet, but like, you know, the toilet roll holder, as in the toilet, you know, the cardboard. Well, she wrote on that, haha, you're. And then she rewrapped toilet roll around it, but not enough. So as you're. Oh, brilliant, right? This is what goes on in this house. That night was insane, and I still have a video. Oh, do you? Oh, Jesus, brilliant. Death's Angel is here. I pressed the button last night. I got the Lancaster 406 and citation. Now I need to explain the purchases on the bank statement to my wife. Scientific research on behalf of the government. It always works. I can't tell you. It's very important. I can't tell you. I have been entrusted with this importance. Right? See how long that should last about 3 minutes before she says, I don't care. And then you've won. Right? That's how it works, lads. That's how it works. But anyway, where are we at? We're over here, look, buttons, more buttons to be pressed. Good morning as I head back from Aberdeen, says Malky Mac. Good man, Malky, welcome in. Saren is here, good morning to you. Virtue Sim, welcome aboard. Watching while lunching on the job. What's for lunch? Is it in a lunch box? Or perhaps you have a canteen or a shop? Banana Dave, good to see you, buddy. Who else come in? Stevie B.
Hello there.
Have got you on the big screen for the first time. Jays, is that scary? That's right. Look at the size of the space that we occupy. Quick, turn that digit off. Flying Diggs is here. Just installed the Moza AW9 or AY210 yoke. First flight underway. I had a quick look at that over at Flight Sim Expo, and Gripper Sim, good old Gripper Sim, put out a video showcasing some of the Moza gear, and it was great to see Gripper. I haven't seen him in ages, and he's a video now live over on YouTube. Highly recommend you go check it out, lads. Gripper Sim, Shane, lovely guy. Real world pilot, real world CFI, I'll have you know. So yeah, the man has the knowledge base, the skills, and the acceptable level of Egypt. A fellow Irishman, right? That's what we do. But yes, he was showcasing that, and yeah, it looks class, man. I have the flightsim.com CLS 60. They're very similar. They're very, very similar. There's slightly more travel on the CLS 60, but it's like, even the layout, the texture, everything that on the CLS 60, that is what you'd find in a Cessna 172, even a 182. It is exactly what you'd find in that aircraft, and I love using it. There's a video in your DM. Brilliant. Murph, when are you getting your own plane? I looked into getting a plane years ago. Planes are actually relatively cheap considering it's an airplane. It's not the price of the aircraft, it's the price of the maintenance, the insurance, hangarage. That's where the things get expensive. There are parts on your plane that might seem very insignificant. Even when it comes to general aviation, they would equal that of like a friggin' down payment on a mortgage. They're very, very expensive. So like, unless you're in like a club or, you know, there's a load of other aircraft there, you're kind of shagged, you know. Flying Dig says, Gripper's video sold me on it. Yeah, 100%. Marigin is here. Good morning. Wait, did you go to bed at all? What time did you get up at? Jesus. Marigin, you're very welcome aboard, my guy. Jerky Jacko is here. Welcome in. And the Possible Face says, think they flew up from Cambridge, but there was a group of them flying over Aberdeen yesterday. That was the Chinooks. They were on Flight Radar, I think, weren't they? I don't know. Can we show you this video? Hang on. Seb, can we show you this video? Hang on. Hang on. Well, it's just a video. Hang on. We can probably show it here. Hang on. Full screen. There's music here. Display. Is it display or window? We'll go window capture. Window capture. Add that in for the crack. Select a window. Right. I don't know. You should have sound on this. There's no sound. There's Australian lovely fella, Nova Wing, gas fella. That's inside. Who's up singing there or dancing? There's Mr. Square Lee. Mr. Square Lee, your man there. That fella. An amazing singer. absolutely amazing, right? And Ford was up having an old sing-song. Scruffy Tom was at the table with us. There was me and Seb. I think Art was there. Wamby was there. Jane was there. Jesus, there was a good few people there. Yeah, that was a mad night. Seb, nothing incriminating in that one, so that's great news altogether. Right? Because there could have been incriminating things. Oh, Captain Arash was there as well, of course. There was a good few people there. That was good old crack. No, I didn't sing. No, I liked the song Manny sings, but I didn't sing that night. And, oh, Jesus, what have I done now? Oh, yeah. What does that button do?
Gladiators ready!
There you go. There's buttons there I didn't even know I had. I was wondering where that went. I was trying to put that over here. That's where right, I know where it is now. Brilliant. But anyway, yeah, like some of the social stuff you get up to at the community meetups, be it FS Weekend or FS Expo, they're fantastic, man. They really, really are. They're just good crack, do you know? But yeah, I think we filmed that singing to use as an alert or something. Brilliant, right? No, Roy, no, Katie wasn't there at Expo in Houston. Who did we have? Ali was there. Houston was brilliant. Oh, Houston was great fun altogether. And the only thing about Houston was, though, it was the logistics. You had to travel out to the venue where the expo was, which meant then everyone was kind of spread out and separated those evenings, and it wasn't ideal. But in saying that, when it came for dinner, we'd all meet up, go for dinner. Nick was there, Raoul, of course, was there, and just meeting up with a lot of cool folks. It was great. It really was great. And in Vegas was different only because, well, everyone was much, much closer together. And myself and Kando went for friggin' mimosas with Jonks, and there was a whole load of us there at the table. We had mimosas for breakfast, and then I got absolutely, that's why it's about 11 o'clock in the morning. I was twisted, but yeah, it was great. Good old crack now. But where's this now? He says that he just ran away every time I spotted him. Full Merv Zoidberg scuttle, right? Brilliant. Paul is here. Good to see you, Paul. Top of the morning to you. Yeah, Vegas was mad because it was just we went out for pints. Well, we went out for pints every night, but we went down to the World of Beer, or Beer World, or something it's called. It's on the Strip, directly across the road from the Bellagio. A couple of pints in there. Scott was there, Ali was there, Adam was there, Complete Freedom was there, Kando, Frankie. A great bunch of lads. Great bunch of lads. And then of course we had this year, which I had to say was really nice over in Providence, because everything was so close. The venue attached to the hotel, right beside a massive shopping centre. Like, it had Macy's, it was a proper shopping mall. And yeah, I mean, you had Murphy's Bar, a 2-minute walk down the road, and a couple of other bars and restaurants all around the area. It really lent itself. And I think everyone's jam was kind of just Murphy's. That was hard planning, lads, to bring that all the way from Tipperary over across. I know people put up stalls and stuff, but when we brought an entire pub, but yeah, it was very good. My jet lag was insane. Remember you writing me early in the morning, and I was like, come down and talk in front of people. Seb was just like, he'd no body, arms or legs. He didn't even have a head. He'd a pair of eyes and hair floating. Brilliant. But anyway, Lead Ballooner is lurking while working. Good man yourself, Lead Ballooner. Good to see you, buddy. Alpha What Now is here. Hope you're well. Yeah, it was expos are great, but as I said, any of the extracurricular, like over at FS Weekend, myself, Gibbo and Muse, we met up with other people as well. We went out for pints, and we found like a pool hall, snooker, and where Muse was that good, he bet himself twice, and yeah, it's good crack. Like the social side of it is always good old fun. We did the same in Dublin. We've had 2 Dublin meetups now, or 3, and it's if you don't drink, you don't need to drink. You just sit there and have a 7-Up or a Pepsi or whatever, and it's just good crack though. We get silly. But yes, floating hair and eyes, like the wrong Zoom issue. Yeah, the very one, Roy. Yeah, the very one. The Router, it's good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Nice to tech you. Good morning. Hello. Hope you're all keeping very well. Right, we'll ramble over, shall we? We'll get this plane into action. We're going to have a look at OnAir. We're going to choose a mission for today's flight to see what that'll do. And let's see what happens, right? Let's see what happens. So, I'll turn on the aircon. I've no choice anymore. it's summertime and the temperature in my room gets very hot. Do you know what I mean? Ryan D. Walker, good to see you, Ryan. Top of the morning to you, buddy. So here we are in the Accu Sim Aerostar, the brand new update. So where is this now? If we have a quick look, some of the changes here, right? So they've added persistent dirt and mud accumulation. Added a button to watch the aircraft inside the EFB. Why you would want to do that? Added missing details to the prop spinners. Fixed some autopilot issues. Body shake physics. Enlarged walk-around volumes. They fixed the clamshell door. Fixed the prop governor side. The fuel drain bottle visibility can be toggled. Landing gear uplight is amber. Low fuel warning has been fixed. Mags don't flicker. Park and brake animation persistence corrected. Quick view camera definitions. Reduced visibility of blurred streaks on the blurred spinner. Removed the clear coat material from the external model. Removed protruding objects of the rear of the wall of the cockpit. Saving hydro aux switch. The support for custom starting location but on the map. Updated the main textures. Visors fold out more. Tooltips have been fixed, and now they've added in the lubrication oil adds weight to the aircraft. Very straightforward, but a lot of work has gone into it, which is great to see. Marijan says, on the next FS weekend, I need to point you to this place we found. Proper old-time pub. Looks like nothing from outside. Was that's in Lelystad? That's in near at the back of the hotel, Marijan, is it? Yeah, because you guys went out for dinner on the Saturday, I think. Lone Gamers here, in and out today, catch up later now, rolled back the Nvidia disaster, got 2020 working again, need some time in the C750, nice. Lone Gamer, did you try the studio drivers? AV Apollo, is Accu Sim A2A? Yeah, so A2A built this technology called Accu Sim. Basically, it's its own simulator, and it'll read information from Microsoft Flight Sim and convert it back into the aircraft. Then the aircraft inputs and outputs goes into Accu Sim for the simulation, and then they push it back into Microsoft Flight Sim. It's quite impressive. Paul is going to be in Ireland next week. Welcome in, Paul. Bring some nice weather with you, please. That'd be nice. But yes, so what we need to do, get ourselves somewhat situated. If I go, let's have a look. If I go live time and weather, yeah. So the sun is just about to pop up here now. So what we're simulating here is going to be that of a Medi pilot or medevac pilot. The idea being is that we're going to be using our Aerostar 600, and we're going to be doing either transporting passengers or supplies to various locations all over the world, right? So before we get our aircraft into action, let's go ahead and open up OnAir. So I've just loaded into our Cumulus world, right? And we're still kind of in this freelance area. We're very much in the, there's nothing to worry about. Everything's grand. This is just figure out the bit of software. And I gotta tell you, I am really enjoying this because it's very complex. There's depth to this. Or it could be as simple as you like, but I'm liking it. So we're going to go in here to some charters, and from here we can do a rescue or medical. I'm going to choose medical for today, transporting medical staff and fragile supplies. Now, aircraft and departure, I've set it to detect from simulator. Therefore, we can see that, well, it knows we're at the Augusta Regional, and it knows we're in a Piper Aerostar. So we're laughing, right? The Saturday was when you panicked trying to deal with the Dutch way of serving beer in the buffet place. Oh yeah, it was. Remember that? Jesus. And I wouldn't mind Muse fans' point here. I told him it was brilliant, And then when I tried to make my one, Marmagen just had to be standing there going, what are you doing? You're doing it wrong. Quiet, silence. You see nothing. Bloody hell. What they scraped it. Why would you waste the beer? Totally messed up my sim on FrameGen. Unplayable other FPS was half, FPS was halved. That was due to the latest driver, Lone Gamer. Interesting. Uniform Goose, good to see you, Goose. Banana Dave says, I've not been on air in a good while. Really enjoyed it when I used it. It's really good. Really, really good. Roy says, did you see the little announcement from X-Plane? They're showing the weather radar. Yes, and they'll actually give you a full 3D representation of a cloud. That looks impressive. Impressive. That's going to be a proper functional weather radar in the sim. And it's going to be default. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. It's kind of funny, right? Because where Microsoft Flight Sim right now is focusing on stabilizing and fixing, right? The hot mess. X-Plane have a very strong base now, and now it's adding features. So it's the right. That's kind of where things are going, I think, in the world of our flight sim. But anyway, I forgot to set up my on-air crew schedule for today. So you can use AI. There's also an element here to use a virtual airline. And with a virtual airline, we have tested putting Firefly Air into this. I'm unsure how to proceed here because we're currently trialing smart cars, and progress is not good, right? It's not a very approachable kind of system. This is built ready to rock. The difference is, though, access to smart cars is for free. Access to OnAir is behind a paywall. Now, before we all get excited, if you can trial this, you get a free trial if you wanted to see if this is your cup of tea. If you purchase or if you subscribe to it, and the reason why they charge subscriptions for this bit of software, it is because it's all cloud-based. They're running multiple servers with thousands of users. That costs money, considerable money, right? So it works out, if you were to purchase OnAir, it wouldn't be cost beneficial if you're buying it for, 1 month or 3 months or 6 months. I would recommend, if you're going to buy it, just buy it out. You can get a yearly license, or you can get a 2-year license. And if you work out the pricing based on that, right? Just to show you, because you might be saying, Murph, for God's sake, but hear me out, right? If you wanted to buy the gadget, let's go to let's look at the subscriptions, right? So 1 month access, by all means, you want to throw $9.90 away every month, but what I would recommend, if you got it for 12 months, it's €42 for the year. That works out at €3.50 a month. A month. It's a cup of coffee. Or if you go the 24-month route, 2 full years, €72. It's billed so you pay in advance. You pay your 72 up front, but it works out then at €3 a month. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Considering everything that you're getting with it. Plus, you get a free trial if you just wanted to try it out to see what it's all about. We're looking at it because there are there's so many friggin' options when it comes to this bit of software. It runs very lightly in the background. It's all server based. And it's the fact that you can have all the jobs. You have the friggin' virtual airline stuff. There's an entire economy mode. A full economy mode. I mean economy down to you can build your own FBO and buildings and factories. And this software will actually inject that object into the simulator. You can literally fly around your factories. It's quite mad what this does, right? But anyway, we're still browsing, we're still learning, we're still figuring it all out. It works in any sim. Microsoft Flight Sim 24, 2020, X-Plane is in there as well, plus all the other ones. And as I said, I'm just really enjoying it. I don't like stuff which is external, so it's nice to tech you. Yeah, like the career mode is there. Like OnAir have users who don't bother with the Flight Sim stuff. In fact, they never have to load up their sim at all. They just do it through AI, and they do the economy mode. It's interesting. But let's go ahead and have a look at our medical missions. So this is what we're going to do today, and it's going to give us a list of different options in which we can do, right? And we can see the payment that we're going to get. This one here is massive payment, freelance boost level 3, right? It's a size 5 airport owned by SACS, so someone owns that. All freelance routes and charter jobs departing from or landing at the airport gain the following bonus. So that's things that they can do. They can say, hey, we want you to fly into our airport, either because, our fuel is cheaper, or we're running, we've no landing fees and all this kind of stuff, right? You can build things in the middle of nowhere too. You can even make your own airstrip. Yeah, like it's class, it's class. There's some really cool stuff in this, right? Now that one there, the mileage on this one is probably, it's 463 nautical miles. That's probably a little bit too much. We'll start off with something a little bit smaller. I don't necessarily want to fly into Atlanta. So we can say, well, look, give me the smallest destination, and we can click on the little arrow up here, and it'll filter the flights based on where it is we want to go, right? So there's a couple of flights here we can look at, and we can go by distance here as well. So there's a job that's going to pay out $2,100, and it's flying out to the south, right? Or where did I see another one? There was one heading out far. far east? Let me see. Heading or distance? I know we'll find it, lads. Like, they tend to be out to major airports. Jesus, look at that one. All the way down to Florida. So, we might do this one south. So this is going to fly us down to Kilo Bravo, Brunswick Golden Isle Airport. There are 3 models on OnAir 2. Airwolf, how are you, buddy? Which one is the most interesting to choose for a VA like Firefly Air? For us, it would have to be the Thunder category. And the reason being is if we use Cirrus, Cumulus, is it Cumulus, Cirrus, and Thunder? If we use the middle one, you're restricted on the number of pilots. So we would have to go with Thunder. It's the most realistic mode, and it's a collective effort with everyone within the airline to get FBOs, get industry up and running. It's quite huge. Do you know what I mean? It's quite huge what we can do. This looks like an interesting flight. Let's go and have a look at the details. So the actions, it is a flight from Augusta over to Brunswick. We're to take patient and staff along with some medical equipment. Let me see here now. When it comes to the packs, it's telling us 1, the heading, the destination, it's fragile, and the job cannot be flown by AI. So we got to do this one ourselves. Yeah, Cumulus, Stratus, and Thunder. Yes, sorry, Cirrus. Cumulus, Stratus, and Thunder. Smart cars is being developed all the time. It's the getting the FAA routes in and things in it. Yeah. It's not easy. It's not easy to get into using smart cars. It just isn't, right? This is built ready to rock. Smart cars, we would have to start everything. We're reinventing the wheel. That's why I won't say we're hesitant on it. We're looking at it, right? But it from what we're looking at, it's not giving us enough of what we were looking for. FS Hub is in place already. That's where our normal Firefly Air operations operate, using the landing rate monitor and all that jazz. This is purely for those pilots who wanted more. They wanted more, so it's in addition. It's like the add-on to our virtual airline, if that makes sense. But anyway, right, this one looks interesting to me. Let's go ahead and do this one. So how do we select this? I think we just select it. Minus that, and we can hit the fly. Take this freelance job. So let's load it in. So we can see that our multi-engine rating, we're still on the trainee. We've two flights, 2 landings, 18 hours to build up until we get to the next level. And then when you get, your check ride and you've passed out as a pilot and that, well, you get better bonuses and stuff when you fly it. Freelance medical transport, we're in the Aerostar, Augusta over to Brunswick, local time 05:33. It's going to take us about 45 minutes to get there. It's going to pay us 2,100 credits. We'll gain 186 XP. It's only 60 kilos of cargo, 1 passenger, and a total distance 129 nautical miles. We can go in and have a look at the legs, or we can go to fly now. So I'm going to go fly now. What we're going to do, we're going to start bringing up some information, because we'll open up SimBrief. Everything talks to each other. So we'll go to SimBrief. And we're going to put in KB... What was it? KBQK. Brunswick. And if we can't get in there, we're going to head back to Augusta. Right? Alright, so over to SimBrief. And let's start putting in this information as well. So, hello SimBrief. So we're going to go into a new flight. And we shall say we're departing out of KAGS and we're going over to KBQK. The Aerostar we're going for. Does someone tell me this is already added? I think this is already added, lads, wasn't it? Piper Aerostar. So she's an A, I think, isn't it? Oh, Aerostar 600. There we go. So we'll load this puppy in and let's see what happens here. So we are going from... It's fairly straightforward. It's going to be one waypoint along the way, Habel. So let's go ahead and generate this flight and let's see what it does. It's giving us IFR conditions, but looking at the weather, there is some weather around the place. So we'll need to keep an eye on it. So we'll bring this over. And aircraft type on SimBrief, according to this SimBrief, she's down as the Aerostar 600. And the profile for this, we said, was what? AEST. Let's have a look. AEST. AEST. Import data from SimBrief. So let's see, will this pull in our flight? Departure, yes. Alternate, put in KAGS. Fuel will be 87 gallons, right? Nav, top of climb, Habel, top of descent, Brunswick Golden. So it's now pulled the data in, right? On air with say intentions Vatsim will be interesting and you'd be more engaged in the VA doing collab fight. 100%. 100%. Just trying to decide, says Banana Dave, what to fly with. We'll probably get about 180 knots on this, give or take. But yeah, but what I see is you're using both smart cars and on air, says Roy. At the moment, yeah, we're still testing, but on air, I haven't done anything with the virtual airline with on air yet. There's so much with this software, lads. So we're very much in exploratory mode, you know. More fun fact, if you put in the AA or the AEST in the type and hit SimBrief dispatch, it'll automatically open SimBrief and push the on-air details to SimBrief instead. Really? So that's, based on this. Oh, nice. So that's going to put in all the information. Rather than going to SimBrief first, you can actually do it from here. Then you push the data from here over to SimBrief. Nice one. I didn't know that. Beautiful. Okay, so fuel, we need to put this into the aircraft. We'll need to watch this. We can see that we have FBOs on site. Look at this now. This is where we can really start focusing in. The destination, right? When we get up to our destination, we can see that they have avgas up there, loads available. That's important. So we can see how much fuel is available. And the average price is about 6.4 credits a gallon. There's also a workshop there. And meaning that we can do some very basic maintenance on the aircraft if we need it. Our alternate airport, Jackson, different price. Fuel is considerably cheaper down there, 421, and they have 2 workshop levels. Meaning that they can do, you know, single engine prop, multi-engine prop, helo jet, choppers, the whole lot, you know. On air really looks intriguing. Not really looked into it before. Yeah, no, it is, man. It really is. Very, very good. I last subscribed to On Air in 2021. It's a lot better since. I did the same. I bought into this 2 years ago. Had a look at it. I was like, yeah, that's really nice. And I kind of drifted on from it. But now we see the gaps. We can clearly see the gaps. Career mode coming out from Microsoft was great. It gave us a great kind of feel of what can be done. But like, it's going to be a while before that really gets up to speed. What On Air did, they started off in this corner and now they've exploded into loads of different options. And it might catch you out at the start thinking, how do I get my head around this? You can actually start this thing off so very simply, so very basically, just doing a flight. Then you start building up I know where this goes, I know where that goes, and then off it goes. You know what I mean? Say intentions work with On Air too. It does, yes. They can talk to each other, they can connect to each other. So yes, absolutely is the short answer. Now, compatible add-ons. We can do a search here. So we can see we have the Aerostar. This is where the aircraft are. We can also use it over an X-plane, right? And you can source that. I don't know what happens if we say source. You're going to navigate. So see this. On Air will say, hey, these are the aircraft, and if you want to grab one of these, this is where you can buy it. So your add-on is compatible with the aircraft. Brilliant, right? Yeah, you can add your OnAir Company as a virtual dispatcher in Say Intentions. Yeah. Jamma, I can run it. Good to see you, Jamma. Welcome in, buddy. Then you ask, hey, do they have jet fuel at airport or whatever verbally? That's awesome. That's awesome. So you can be talking to your dispatcher and say, hey, we're flying out to Brunswick. Do they have like avgas? What's the price? It just links it all back in together. It's freaking awesome. Awesome. Right, we're going to validate our fuel and payload. Remember the magic number. We need 86.72 gallons on board. Now, this is important. Our flight UTC offset, right? So local time at the moment is 0534. We're going to bring it up an hour. And we're going to hit fly now because this will actually change the time of day in your sim, right? So we're going to click on fly now. Launching the aircraft tracker. It's doing all the stuff. It's connected. And what have I to do? Position the aircraft. No. Import the flight plan. That's already done. Send the flight plan. Aerostar. Fuel. So it's telling us, look, the fuel is not ready to rock here. So we're going to do all this now with the aircraft ourselves and get our fuel. The magic number we need, lads, was 86.72. Right. So welcome to the Aerostar. And what we're going to do here, we're going to get the aircraft up and running. So let me see. Flight info, that's all grand. Controls, tie downs, they're okay. Fuel tanks will be open anyway. So we're going to go off and do our walk around. Check. Now, let me see. How do we do this again? We just hop out the plane. Right, get out here now, Betsy. Right. So, we can see there's new textures on the aircraft as well. Now, granted, lads, it's you know what I mean. It's not bright outside, so this might take us a moment. So we'll start off at the very beginning. Let's go and have a quick look here. Look at the prop spinner, and we can move the. Well, we can press and hold all sorts of buttons on this, and the leading edge of the wing is fine. Chocks are there. I want to remove some of these, please. Chocks, and they fix the sounds as well. Nice one. What else do we want to do? Need to get up kind of somewhat high here. Let's go ahead and check the engine oil on the left side. Open this up. And about 9 or 10 quarts. Look at the color of the oil though. It's filthy, so it's in use, right? It's in use. So we'll close that in and lock it up. Look at the plane. Can you see the textures? Fantastic. I should give you access to the on-air stream thingy. On-air stream thingy. Origin. If there's stuff I can be playing with, let me play. Right, fuel. So we can see there's plenty of fuel in here. Toggle our EFB. And let's go in and have a look at our fuel and payload. So remember the magic number. Now this is in pounds. We can go to freedom units. So we're going to say fuel on board. Wing tank capacity. 39, 39 and 31. We've too much fuel in this. We need to get it down to 80 odd. So we're going to drop the fuel down. So if we go 25. And then 25. And as soon as I've done that, on air over on my right hand side on the screen, this is automatically updated to say, yeah, you're bang on, you're after getting your fuel in there. See that? So now we're going to start tracking. Like that's how instant it says, okay, your fuel is good.
Payload is lower than due payload, 14 instead of 234.1 kilograms. Okay,
so we need 231 kilos of fuel on board. So the pilot isn't in there. So let me see, that's pounds or kilos. So it needs to be 234. So we won't put anyone in that seat because that doesn't make sense. We will put in our patient, right? I don't know, we call them 100 and that's kilos. Jesus, that's heavy. We'll put in it's going to be the weight of us as well, yeah? So we'll put in 97 kilos, and by the time we get back into the aircraft, we should be grand as well, right? Wicked Farmer, welcome in. Do, Marigin. Yeah, that'd be awesome, buddy. Oh, I like that. That's terribly fancy. Can I edit that then and put me out little logo up there? That'd be terribly fancy. Love it, man. Right, okay, so we'll put in 97 kilos and then obviously the weight of the pilot. Will that get us up to where we need to be? 100. It's only one passenger, so it's baggage we're going to add in now. So let's put in, I don't know. Let's put in 50 kilos in the back, keeping an eye on our center of gravity. All right. So I'm happy enough now with the fuel situation. Disappear this yokage now for the moment. We shall put this back on. You can indeed. Nice one. Now looking at our flight controls, so we have our ailerons and you can see the yoke actually moving inside the aircraft. And you're listening here for any, you know, creaks or squeaks or anything really, the linkage, right? Coming on over to the flaps. Can't move them, they're locked in and tight. Anything here at the rear of the engine? No. We have our fuselage main tank. We've already checked that, but you can look in and see the fuel look. Oh, brilliant, isn't it? So that's all happy days. You can, of course, that's awesome. Impossible Fates, have a great day, buddy. Emmett Nemesis, welcome in, Emmett. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're terribly, terribly well. We have our baggage. Now, we have already put some baggage in. We can see these are the bags we've added. This is based on the weight and balance we put in. We've thrown in 50 kilos here, which I'm hoping is enough. Our ELT is located behind that panel. That's important to know. We're going to hunker down here because we can actually test in our fuel, right? So let's do a quick check. We don't want fuel contamination, so we'll move to the middle. And we'll go to the right side. Okay, sweet. Fuel is good. And we'll continue on towards the tail section of the aircraft. We can see here our stabilizer, all is looking well, no damage. Leading edge of our elevator is looking good. And we'll try some movement here now again. Nice and easy. Lovely. We'll move our tie down. We can also see then that we have two trim tabs. Two of them, one on each. Where is there? No, there's only one, look. There's only one, although there's two. So maybe they're connected underneath. They are. So we have a hinge mechanism on the top and a hinge mechanism on the bottom. That's an interesting design, isn't it? Two modes, a stream banner or info box that tells all about your on-air flight. Oh, I like the info box. That'd be awesome. Sandman, good morning. Right, what else do we have here now? All here is looking grand. Once again, the elevator's looking fine. Stabilizer. Got a pitot tube up there. Looks amazing. We have some vent off there. I imagine it's fuel. Flaps locked and good. Right side aileron. Sounds good. Remove the chocks. Tires are looking okay. And you'll be checking and testing the lights here as well, no doubt. So double check here on our fuel. Jeez, look at me shadow of a mallet head. The only thing I don't like about the walk around mode, I find it very clunky. And you can't zoom in. And you can never get the perfect angle because it's stuck to this kind of camera frame. Drone camera outside, or I think the old Accu Sim walkarounds, I think will be far better than using this native walkaround. That's my own 2 cents on that, because it's braking immersion. I'm like, I want to move here and I can't see it. You know what I mean? But anyway, we continue on looking at our prop spinner. Everything looks great, and our intakes are clear. No sign of troubles here. Hunker down. We can check on the strut and on the tire itself, on the brakes. They're all looking lovely. And we'll check on our engine oil over here on the left or the right side. See what the crack is here now. Ailerons into wind. Murph two-tone seal. Good to see you, man. Like, you can kind of see the viscosity, the dirt that's on the oil now. You know, as soon as you put brand new oil in, it looks gorgeous, but like after you run the engine, it's like, you know, good luck. No, it doesn't have a sump under each wing. The fuel tank valves all go into the very lowest part of the fuselage, and there's 3 little ports that you can test your fuel. That's the way they've done it on this machine. It's a very unique design, this particular aircraft. Static ports are clear and open. Looking at the nose of the aircraft, front wheel, no hydraulic fluid leaking on the ground. You'll also notice that it's not perfectly, it is perfectly straight. That wheel, it can only move so much. You can actually see it on the decal here. Nose wheel turn limit. It can only move to a certain bit. Now, looking at that tire, unless it's a glitch, it looks like there's a big chunking out of it. Huh. Right, so the tire wouldn't be in the most healthiest of health. You know what I mean? God help you if it looks like a chocolate milkshake. Oh, that happened to me before. Wasn't impressed. Okay, I'm happy enough with the walk around. Chocks have been removed. Step back into the airplane. And let's double check now if our weight and balance is now loaded. We'll go back to on air because we have our weight, of course, now gone into the aircraft and everything's looking grand. If we could hit auto set, it'll do it for us, but I like to do it this way. So we're going to start tracking. Everything's now set in the aircraft. Weight and balance is there. Locations, all that stuff is there. And after giving us the boop boop, and we're good to go. So we're going to move this over to one side. We can also use the InSim panel to monitor what we're doing. We have one up here. There it is. And this will show us what's happening. We can have a look at our map, see what's happening, and we can also go to, there we go, flight start. Don't know why the map is flickering. Is that because I'm moving over it, or is it frame gen? I know frame gen causes issues with moving maps. Flight events, gears down, flaps are set. We can see all this. Gesundheit, I had to snooze. But yes, right, so everything looks grand here, and we have access to this little panel inside the sim, just for handiness. Right, so let's just double check here. So that's our fuel set. Weight and balance is done. Let's go into the maintenance. Airframe, I'm not going to wash the plane. We're going to inspect it to make sure everything that I saw. The tire gear, I wasn't entirely happy with that, but it says it's okay, so maybe that was just a glitch. All right. Engines, left-hand side, right-hand side. We'll know this when we start it up. We can't really inspect it. We know where our oil is at. Oil seems fine. Engine analyzer, we'll have a look at that once the engines are up and running. And then our electrical systems with the battery, it's not fully charged, but when we give this a bit of a blast, it'll fully come alive, right? Got a squawk, that from tire, right? Okay, so let's have a quick look. You should be in the off position, lads. Thanks very much. And what else you want to do? Right, we're going to close our door. Passengers are already in. Get our doors closed here. We have some, it looks like JoinFS folks here, is it? It is. We have Banana Dave with us. And Dave. I also want to try out some of the updates to say intentions as well, lads, if anyone's around for some flyage. Right, we're going to start off here. Gear is in the down position. Flaps are in the neutral position. So we'll go ahead and put some battery power in. Alternators, I'll just flick them on because we'll be starting them up in a second. Beacon and nav lights can come on. And I'm happy enough with everything over here. Let's just double check all our circuit breakers are in. Yep, they look good. And over here, they look good. Okay. Now, what else do we have? That's our choke, I think, isn't it? Right. Some lights. Fuel tanks are open. Right side booster pump coming alive. Now, there's a bit of a crack start in this. So we're going to open up. Checking our fuel flow. Fuel flow is now moving on the right side. We'll give it the beans. Think of this as a way of priming your aircraft, right? And we'll turn off that fuel pump. Okay, right, left, both. We're going to go for a start in this machine here, Red Rider. Clear prop, and let's see what happens. Are we ready? Oh, that's it, you can do it. Put your props full, Murph, you big idiot. I nearly shagged it. Right, we'll try that again. Let me see. I don't need to prime it anymore.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
Thanks very much. Alrighty, so reduce a little bit of mixture. We'll go to the left side now. I will get the proper swing of how we start up the old engine. It just be, you know, silly. On air or on floor. Skizzy, good to see you. The man with the exceptional voice. Welcome in, Quirksy. Good to see you, buddy. Right. Same crack again. We can see fuel flow starting to move now on the left side. About 4 seconds does it. In a real Aerostar, 4 seconds with the pumps on. That's what it does. This, different. Let's see what happens though. Open the throttle, give it an out start. Right, left, both. Clear. Oh, Betsy. And there we go. Go start on the left. Ease out the engines. Keep the RPM in and around 1,000. That's looking good to me. Alright, we continue on. So, we have... That's all good, that's all good. Avionics master switch. Trim. And as I said, try and get some of these lights turned on here. Is that a bug? No, that's okay. Although she doesn't want to move. See that? That's okay. Cabin lights. Strobes, leave them off for the moment. Reset our barrel, reset our directional indicator. If it's shown a little bit dark, we'll turn this off for the moment so you can see. Right, so we're going to our map. We can actually import this flight plan from SimBrief. Menu. Import the flight from SimBrief. Let's be having you. I missed the Soviet tractor noises from last night. It was pretty cool, wasn't it? Plasma Dave got a taxi to the or sounded like my old Triumph, except that never started. And now we know why the oil was murky, right? Hermit Something is here, good morning. Got a taxi through the grass to make the bird dirty, says the Limix. You better believe it. Right, load this in. Oil is okay. We're not going to fill, that's all okay. There's a flight plan. Map. Lovely. Runway for departure. I just got a warning from OnAir saying it can't reach the world. I don't know if the server's up or not up. Let's have a look. Right, 08 is our departure out of here. So, hello, Navigraph. And we'll import our flight. Alright, alright. So 08 is actually right behind us. Very short taxi. It's a real short taxi. That's the wrong button completely, Murph. Real short taxi, isn't it? But yes, right, we're going to go with that. That looks good to me. We'll go into GPS mode. ADF is fine. Transponder. We'll stick it 6461. Turn it on. What else do you want to do? Flaps are in the up position. Valves are looking good. Blower, put it on low. Make sure we have decent comfort. Alternators are doing their job. Everything here is looking good. Heading our GPSS. DME is reading there if we tune in our radios. De-icer, landing lights, that's all grand. We're going to go moving now in a moment. And I think we're good. It's sounding fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Right, so we're going to come off the brakes. Brakes off. Small bit of movement. All is well in the realm. So we're only going over to runway 8. It's right beside us. And the beeping in the background, that's OnAir knowing that we're moving. So easy does it now. And runway 8 appears to be just up here to our left. We can actually stay going. We don't need Bravo. We'll keep moving forward here at the moment because I want to do a bit of a run up. Dave Cleary, legend Dave. Welcome in, Dave. Hope you're well, buddy. Okay, so we're going to hold short here of runway 8 and just get the rest of the aircraft prepped. So park and brake engaged. And let me see here what we're going to do. So if we come down here, we will go turn off that so we can see what we're doing. We're going to put on our strobes. Landing lights are already ready to rock. Fuel boost, leave them alone. Mixture goes to rich. Oil temperature, pressures, we're in the green. Increase our power. Up to 2000 RPM. And let's go testing. So on the right engine, let's go to the left mag. There's the drop. Back to both. Right mag. There's the drop. Back to both. Left side. Left engine, left mag. There's the drop, back to both. Right mag. There's the drop, back to both. Choke doesn't do anything. Cycle the prop. Drop of RPM. Drop of fuel. Increase in manifold pressure. Flaps set for 10, and I think we're looking good. All right, off the brakes. We shall go altitude reporting, and we're looking good to go. So easy does it, Jemima. What else do you want to do here now? So get ourselves onto the runway. And we'll just sit tight here before we blast off. Remember, we're carrying a patient. We have to be very gentle, very gentle. So let me see, we're going to go heading. Get you all the way up to where we need you. Runway heading. Looking at our autopilot controls, so we can turn the autopilot unit. We're going to arm heading. Autopilot master switch. So we're going to go heading and attitude, and then we'll go altitude hold. Cruising altitude to this, according to our flight plan, we're going to be cruising along at an altitude of 8,000 feet, friends. 8,000 feet, alright? Are we ready, sports fans? I think so. We're walking, talking, and we're squawking. Let's go flying. Power coming in. Alright, takeoff power is set. Airspeed alive. 60.
Dreamy Sleepy 90
Jesus. There's 80. 90. Oopsie daisy. Positive rate of
Airborne
climb.
time logged.
And we're indicating. Gear coming up.
I get the refund.
Atticus, good to see you. Monty, good to see you. Naughty Gnome, the timing of that. Rip Johnny is here, welcome in. Alright, flaps coming in. Flaps are in. Autopilot. Engage. Don't engage, I didn't like that. Heading mode. Easy, Merv. Your passenger is getting violently sick. Now, I want to hold the attitude, so easy. There we go. There we go. She's calming down now. Watch the climb. Easy, easy. Easy, alrighty. RPM coming down a slight bit. We're climbing well. We're on heading mode. I had our GPS in the wrong mode, that's why I kind of freaked out a bit. But that's okay, clean departure. She's working now. And, well, we'll vector ourselves here for a bit of a right turn. Am I using EQ for the sound? No, this is all basic. Use your brains, welcome in. First time seeing this, it's a beautiful aircraft, man. Prop spinners look way better. Okay, so right hand turn 180 degrees. And OnAir is managing, well, it's watching everything in the background. Go ahead and bring this up. So it's basing us on what we're doing. We're vectoring around the airport now. We can also see the old breadcrumb trails of what we're doing. And it's going to take us down to this waypoint and then it's over to our airport for landing. So this is doing all its stuff. So 8,000 feet is what the aircraft wants. We'll continue to climb. All is well in the realm. Quick checking our temperatures and pressures. We're still climbing. RPM is at 2,400. Tiny bit of mixture out. That's looking good. Fuel boost not needed. Gear up is grand. Heat-up can come on. What's the old temperature actually? That's 20 degrees. There's something from OnAir. What's she beefing about? That's okay. Alright, right turn coming in once again. We're going to start intercepting our magenta line. As we continue to climb here, let's give it a little bit more oomph. We're going to go to nav mode. And we are on an intercept. Now whether or not this will turn and hold us at our heading and then go nav, it should do. Not so much. She's not ready yet. So we'll turn in, intercept this. That noise is just you change the flight phase. Ah, gotcha. 4,000 feet. There's still a lot of getting used to it, but it's friggin' awesome, man. Right, engine visualizer, what's happening here? So, engines left, they're running hot. Right, running hot. Yep, we're good so far. Speed is looking good, climb is good, power setting, manifold pressure sitting on 20. Give it a bit more beans. Up the hill you go. Watch the RPM. We'll worry about leaning out in a moment. There's 5,000 feet. Let's see if she capture nav. What am I doing wrong this time? Is it because of the wrong course in? 191. I had the wrong course in. Man, Murph. Right, easy now. 5,500 feet. We're heading up to our cruise. There's a little bit of getting used to this machine when you don't fly it. Probably switch from climb to cruise. Yeah, I could have. It was only barely registering a climb. 130 knots still on her climb here. And she's starting to come along a bit better. 191 is what she wanted. 191 is what she'll get. Ah, that's what's wrong. I was moving it. Right now, why are you moving? There we go. Alright, now it looks to be behaving. And that now should lock us in. We're at 6,500 feet. And then we'll be able to calm the engines down. Yeah, we weren't. So we were using heading just to kind of get us into it, but I want to go nav mode. So you just need to be careful with how. Like we're slightly off there. You want to be careful with how you're using the GPSS mode. The autopilot on this aircraft is it's old school, so it's not going to aggressively track your heading or your nav modes as you'd expect it to do. Do you know what I mean? And we have 10 knots of wind. $7,500. Now she's captured. It's weird. It just does its thing. Alright, so 7,500. Once we get up to 8, we just lock it into alt mode. Let me see now. Trims are fine. Flaps are fine. Volts are fine. Keep an eye on our EGT. Oil temps and pressures, they're all good. We're looking good. We're looking good. Cylinder head. Fuel flow. And then our fuel quantities. Just Vero. Yeah. So if we go off heading, nav should hold it. Drop the nose down here a little bit. We overshot 8,000 feet. Let's get our altitude synced first. There we go. Alright, so as we're doing this, let's bring some manifold pressure. Let's call it 21 or 22. Our fuel flow could do a little bit better than that. Alright, that looks good to me. 8,000 feet, 170 knots. Cruising. Jefferson 2001, the man, the myth, the legend. You're here with man flu to boot. I don't believe you. Jefferson, stay well, my dude. Are you going to be okay for Saturday? We'll just make you stand over in the corner, you know. Heading mode, the switch heading GPSS switches between input heading and GPS. But for this switch in autopilot itself, it needs to be in heading mode. In nav mode, the switch is useless. Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Hello there.
Thanks, Vero. Speedbird, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, buddy. So we're leaving it in heading because we're on nav mode and our CDI is set to GPS. So you would fly in heading mode until you're on an intercept, activate nav, and then it should do the thing. Gotcha. Alright. Should be okay doing this. The Dirty Bird livery. Oh, it's a great machine, this, isn't it? It's just one of the coolest looking aircraft. Like, even the wings on this are freaking mad looking. They're so short. The wings are so short on this. It's only deadly, isn't it? Got some nice little airports along the way. Alright, let's pick up a visualizer, make sure everything's running the way it should be. Now, I don't know, is that rough running due to mixture? Maybe. 15 gallons an hour. She's running okay. Gonna call and go to bed. Have a good one. Don't do anything that they wouldn't let you out in the cells in the morning for. Right? It'll be grand. If I get locked up, marriage and you're going to be my #1 phone call. It'll be great. Ground hopping. Good to see you, buddy. Sinan is here. Do you like it more than the Piston Duke? Ooh, the Dukes. I do love the Duke. At the moment, to me, the Dukes, I prefer the Dukes. This is really nice, though. I like the engine shake here, look. The vibration of that. But that's what Accu Sim is all about. It's you should be able to feel, well, I say feel, but like, you can look at what's going on at the aircraft to figure out what's happening. Like, the new textures are nice. Prop spinners are, like, way better. Yeah, it's looking nice. It's just a pretty plane. We're over some... I love flying this neck of the woods. I think it's stunning. 8,000 feet with interesting weather. What's the old temperature doing now? Alright. Once we're above zero, we're alright. Clouds are doing some funky things, aren't they? Funky. Very pretty, man. The sun shining in. Isn't it gorgeous? If the guard had called me, I've never heard of you. We're guards. The cops would be grand. Not a bother. Currently, I use the Grand Piston Duke in 2020. Quite a good plane. A2A planes are a bit better. Well, Accu Sim is just a very advanced simulation of what's happening with the aircraft. But I really, really enjoy flying the black square stuff. I think there's room for both. You know, there really is. There's room for both. Look at that view. Look, isn't that amazing? The Great Hadoken, yeah, we had a quick look at it last night on the news. Yeah, man, it's interesting. Very early days with it, but yeah, it's gonna add in like an absolute barrel load of visual effects, and it's free. It's free, which is great. Oh, what a beautiful plane! All sorts of weather now. We're properly in the old wet stuff. If only this would work. Now we could show NextRad. We got some traffic near us. We're almost at the top of that cloud layer anyway. Oh man, look at that. And that's the thing, flying through the clouds in rain, that'll absolutely clean your airplane. Absolutely clean it. Oh, it's pretty. Absolutely fantastic. What have we got down here now? Property ice, cabin fan, or heaters? No, I think we're okay with them. I think we're okay with them. Man, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Stunning. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Okay, so information from OnAir. Let's go over, have a look. So we can see our entire flight so far. Max G-force. These are scoring us along the way. Nav lights are on. Flaps deployed at the last level. Approach landing. That's all looking good. What else do we want to look at here? Looking at the map. So we're happy enough there. Let's look at our flight data. So it's giving us all our flight events. It's also showing us our altitude. So 8,000 is what we're after. We can see where we kind of went above it and then below it. Engine pressure is all the jazz. What we're carrying on the aircraft. And what does that do? Ah, okay. So meet her at her destination. Calm winds. 1.25 square miles. Broken clouds. Scattered at 1,900. Scattered at 2,800. Temperature's 24. So we're going to need some form of ILS. Now it wants us to land. It wants us to land. Onto runway 7. So we do have an ILS for runway 7. We'll come in here at Bert, probably. So let's go ahead and start dialing some of this stuff in. So we need 108.5. 108.5, right? Final approach is going to be 069. Our decision height is going to be that of 200. Now, where can we put in decision height in this machine? Now that's the ILS. We should get. Will we get DME from that? Maybe. Anything here we can tune into? The Brunswick VOR 109.8. We'll keep the ILS in there for the moment. Decision height. It's like radar altitude. I don't see a dial for that. Alright. Biznaga, yeah, it's a payware subscription. Now, as I say, it works out. It works out quite reasonable if you're, you know, over a long time, over a longer period, right? But yeah, it's. What am I trying to do here? It's a paid subscription, but I think it's absolutely worth it because all your flight logs, career mode, progression mode, financial stuff in there as well. There's a whole barrel load of stuff in there, man. So Habel or Habel, that's going to be our waypoint. Left turn, and then we're pretty much heading straight in. Well, we're going to head down. We want to intercept the VOR, sorry, the ILS, and the waypoint to that is BERT, B-E-R-T-T. So we can actually load this approach into our flight plan. So the approach is going to be an ILS 07 and vectors. We'll get vectors and then it's to BERT. So we can load the approach. And then looking at our map, it's also put in our missed approach as well. So we want to go Hable and then Bert. It's going to be direct to Bert because that'll be our vectors. Yeah. All right. So far so good. We're doing a respectable 180 knots indicated with the wind, which is 9 knots behind us. We're up around 200 over the ground. What a great machine. Great machine. It's coming along so very, very well, is this aircraft. Rob MCR is here. Good to see you, Rob. There's a dot on my screen that I've just cleaned. Right, grand. Hope you're well, Rob. Hope you're having a great day. Very happy Thursday. Oh, look at the clouds there, look. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous, lads. And I love flying in this region. I don't know what it is about Georgia. It's just there's so many airports and nav aids all over the place for kind of general aviation aircraft. It's just stunning, man. And yeah, it's going to be real interesting for the approach. We're going to need the ILS because the METAR at our destination, it's like it's a mile and a quarter visibility. So Dwayne is here, Coastal Royalty, welcome in, buddy. Retro Prop is here, welcome aboard. Very happy Thursday, guys. Hope you're having an awesome day. We're here in the Aerostar, the dirty update, which is great to see. Massive thanks to everyone on YouTube for all the likes. Really appreciate it, lads. 27 likes. Jesus. It's kind of how it helps the streams. YouTube algorithm stuff is friggin' nuts. It's just nuts. But when people like the video, YouTube's like, oh, I see what you did here. Yes, I'm going to now see Jimmy standing at the bus stop. I'm going to ping his phone to say, Jimmy, we think you should be watching this fella. Trying JoinFS, I'm about 25 miles behind you, says Rob. Ooh, nice. Adrian is here. Good to see you, buddy. Happy Thursday, man. Hope you're well. This is stunning looking. And then the weather instantly changes to like owl kind of, you know, misty stuff. Just bought the Citation X. Nice one, Retro. Yeah, you're not going to be disappointed, man. Great airplane. Lots of fun to fly. Lots of fun to fly. And yeah, it's awesome. All right. Our medical passengers doing all right. Wished Jemima, say nothing. I love these Mercy flight stuff you can do. And OnAir does them really nice. The air ambulance stuff is pretty cool. And like that again, this is only part of it. We can go into the industrial side of it then, whereby, you know, you have to fly supplies or flying stuff out. You know what I mean? Flo Kala is here, morning from Florida. Hello from Tipperary. Good to see you, buddy. How's all in the land of Florida? I also love flying in Florida in the sim. And when Nick said last night, you know, he goes, he'd love to get Opalaka, KOPF. We need custom scenery for Opalaka. House of Wolves, you're very welcome in. Thank you for subscribing. So Opalaka, that's, if you ever watch Steve-O 1 Knievo, I'm a huge fan of Steve-O. Steve-O 1 Knievo, Citation Max, and Aviation 101. I watch a lot of their content. You know, just incredible real world stuff. Flying chops as well. Anyway, with Steve-O, a lot of his aircraft, when he flew the TBM 850, that was based, I think it was based out of Opalaka. So most of the flights are to and from there. Absolutely brilliant content, lads. Check him out on YouTube. Steve-O 1 Knievo, Citation Max. Max is such, I've met Max, he's a lovely, lovely guy. And Aviation 101. Josh's content is just incredible. And his missus as well, she's fantastic. She has an engineering background, as in aircraft maintenance and all that. It's absolutely class. I wish I was sponsored like Steve-O, right? Hot and humid. It's the way Thursdays were built. Hot and humid. Get yourself a cold, tasty beverage. It works every time. What a machine is this? Opelika is south of you? Nice. Yeah, like it's TBM was just the TBM flying in and out of Opelika was just class. So what we're doing on this flight, once we get landed, we're going to be briefing then our Vatsim flight for this evening. We're going to be flying from Appleton down to Washington DC. Looking forward to that, right? Looking forward to that. The old airliner stuff. I do enjoy our Vatsim flights. It's like the weeks just go by and by, but like looking forward to it. I imagine we're going to have a lot of citations. A lot of them are going to be flying now, I think. People are going to take them out for a spin. We shall see how it goes, you know? Adrian, yeah, real good, man. All of his content is great, but I particularly love the TBM 850 stuff. There's something about it, you know what I mean? There's something about that aircraft. And of course we have the black square one in the sim. Fantastic. Do you know? Absolutely fantastic. So we've got 48 miles to go. Aircraft is running like a dream. Bit of a bump and a jolt in our RPM every so often, but you know. Temperatures and pressures, everything looks fine. Hydraulic pressure is fine. Electrical systems are looking fine. Fuel is fine. Oh, that's interesting. Look, 108.5. She wasn't dialed in. Now she's dialed in. Will that give us DME from the ILS? It should do after a while. Hable first, and then we're going to do a direct to. Now, if I were to look at flight plan here, once we get down to Hable, we'll go direct, or we can activate the ILS approach. That's probably the best way to do it, right? Super excited to join you on your Vatsim flight tonight. Nice, nice. Adrian says, unfortunately, I can't fly in 24 without a CTD, so I have to say with 2020. You're not alone in that, Adrian, unfortunately. If there's anything in particular, let me know. Let's see if we can try and figure it out. Ground Hopping says, A2A said anything about A2A said anything about variants of the Aerostar, like Speedstar with turbine engines. Remember I spoke with Scott last year about the Aerostar, and like he would certainly love to add lots of options to this aircraft, so we'll just have to wait and see. And I think it has to be said, this is how you do early access. This is how you do it. The aircraft is in a state whereby it's perfectly flyable, and you're seeing updates coming thick and fast. That's how you do it. A2A, you know, it was risky early access, but I think they're doing it right. In my opinion, they're doing it right. I'm liking what I'm seeing, you know. Loving the Aerostar, money well spent. Next for me will be the new Caravan. Yes. Yeah, the Inibil's Caravan, that's nice. It needs a bit of work still. Couple of small little fixes needed, but yeah, it's really nice. I love how complex it can be and how many roles you can utilize with it, you know. Hopefully A2A bring out the B-17. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see them doing any of their Warbird stuff yet. Like, development has been quite slow. This is their second aircraft onto the platform. It's their first 2024 aircraft. So fingers crossed, you know, there's going to be a lot more aircraft coming out, you know. William is here. Good morning to you, buddy. Happy Thursday. Hope you're well. How is all in the land of William? William, I'm going to butcher your second name, but let me know if I've pronounced this correctly. Is it Giaccone? Because I had a buddy who was called, I used to call him Giacchione, but I think it's Giaccone. Welcome in. But yeah, I'd love to see a you know, a very decent custom Opelika. It's a fab little airport. Great location. Tis absolutely gorgeous. Alright. 20 odd minutes out. I got it right! Brilliant! Van Murphy, fate has been restored. You can now pronounce the name. Brilliant. B. Carlo is here. Good to see you, man. Happy Thursday to you. What's happening? Adrian says, I've tried everything. I've even used ChatGPT to help with the problem. It's just unflyable, says Adrian. But ChatGPT can be, you know, pointing in the wrong directions. Motley, good to see you. Adrian, do you have the specs to run it? As in, you know, decent specs to run it. Just to see what kind of, you know, what we're working with. So, looking out ahead, right, we have this low hanging around cloud. That's where our visibility tightens up, and then we can also see higher density clouds further on. We shall wait and see. So far, so good. Corsair Chef, welcome in, bud. What's everyone's plan for today, lads? It's been a very grand week, enjoying a nice hot cup of tea, or no, cup of coffee, pancakes, and scrambled eggs. William, you need to bring some for everyone. You can't just be there scoffing that yourself. You need to share it. Look at the detail here, look. And the fingerprint. Whose fingerprint is it? Interesting. Getting savage performance here today. 150 FPS. Jesus. Flying in the US tonight. Yes. Nace is here. Good to see you. That brought me out of lurking. Sharing is caring. Top of the morning. Nace, I got the other thing finally. I just haven't had time to get to it now. My schedule is in a hoop. Afternoon all. Watching yourself and having a sandwich for lunch. Says Sunjammer, what's on the sandwich? Describe the perfect sandwich. Yeah, Nace, so I need to play around with it next week. I have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Drive to Dublin Airport, then I'm going to London. You know, 6 knots is here. Kieran, welcome in. Kieran, yeah, we're using OnAir a lot. And I'm just thinking, do you know then, you know what I mean? I'm thinking now, you know, that's what I'm thinking. Adrian says I got a 5060. You're fine, so Ryzen. Yeah, you got a good bit of stuff. The RAM is a little bit on the short side. The RAM is on the short side. What sort of a power supply unit, Adrian? Because looking at the Ryzen 5 and the motherboard and the RAM, like your graphics card is very new. Everything else is, you know. I think I'm going to get some flights into the C750 today. I did Boston to St. John's yesterday. Oh, nice one, Corsair. My plan for today, says Spitfire, is to avoid management and watch the stream. Nice. Sheesh, any feedback, let me know, or send it right to the boss man. Yeah, nice, 100%. P.S. Brandai, hello there. You're very welcome in. Let's Drift is here, driving a Toyota Tundra to the summit of a ski resort to run a chairlift where I will sit and watch Murphy. You're joking! A ski lift? That's incredible. Sunjammer reports he has brown whole meal bread, German ham and mustard with some lettuce. Now, put that in your pipe. 6 Knot says, yeah, I get what you're not saying. You know the story. So, where are we at now? Have you, Kieran, have you access to this? 16 gigs of RAM, the limiting factor. I was thinking that, Dougal, yeah, I was thinking that. Okay, so look, we're looking good here. Our flight data is looking fine. We're just about to hit the Hable waypoint. Then it's going to be a direct to and load in our ILS approach. Our alternate KAGS is down here. And there's me stuffing a fish finger sarnie in me pot. What? Jesus, petrol head. Yeah, 16 gig not enough. 8 gig I have problems with StreamYard on my laptop. Yeah. Yeah. I would agree, Dougal. I would suggest 32 gigs as a minimum, 64 ideal. I've 96 and like, okay, she's probably running all right now, but like, memory, it's running 30%, CPU 45%, GPU 70%. Like, the sim will absolutely thrash your hardware. Alright, hang on, so, 6 knots. Ba 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 da ba da ba. Deedly dee dee dee. Six knots. You have mail. Will not have. Wait, what? I'll DM you. Will not have. Ailerons into wind. Stuart, did you buy that motorbike? It looked absolutely gorgeous. I've got 64 gigs of RAM and it runs well. Yeah, yeah. We're flying an Aerostar and all is well in the realm. What universe have I entered? Right? We don't know. Someone somewhere is in charge and it's not us. Right? Let us see. Now, if I go to activate approach now, I wonder will that work? Activate vectors to final. No. Activate the approach. How do we do this now? I don't want to say activate vectors to final. I want to go direct to Bert. Like, there's no disco here. Will it come in directly itself? Transition SSI. It's kind of vectors, isn't it? Right, let's load and activate. Now she's going direct to Brett. We hope. Let us find out. Nope, I am in the right universe. Yeah, it worked now, see? Prime says, Murph flying a plane and something hasn't gone catastrophically wrong. Which alternative dimension? Listen, right? Sometimes I manage to fluke the results, you know, and they look kind of all right. And people would say, does he actually know it? I'm as surprised as you. Do you know? Do I use auto FPS? If yes, what are your settings? Andreas, I don't use it. I know it can be helpful for some people. I don't use it, man. I don't use it. I've just realised I wasn't running a little application I should be running. It's about to happen, don't worry, right? So you guys said low RAM, possible CTD. Next month I'll buy 2 sticks of 32. Adrian, not necessarily CTD, but like the sim is so very fragile, anything anywhere really upsets it. 16 gigs won't really cut it. 32 just gives you a bit more headroom.
You haven't a clue what you're doing.
Listen. I don't know, man. If you had the option for 64, I'd get 64. Because as soon as you get 32, you're going to realise, you know what I mean? Thank you, Piper. Mr. TBHI, top of the afternoon to you, sir. Hope you're well. Welcome in. Right. What's going to happen here now? I mean, this should take us straight to Bert. Bert? Shouldn't it? Let's find out together. Right, we're going to start descending here. We're going to go to attitude. Pitch down. Easy. About 1,500 smelly ones. There we go. Alright, ease off our speed. Easy. Easy. And let's see what happens. It doesn't seem to be taking us direct to Bert. Or to Bert. Yeah, Bert. Is it Bert or Barrett? It's Bert. Hey, Bert. I checked last night about say intentions on their website, and it says Skynet is not compatible with Entourage. It says Skynet is not compatible with Entourage. Where did you see that? Activate the approach first. I thought I did. Huh. Well, this is kind of shagged. Why aren't you doing what I want you to do, plane? Something tells me I need to learn a lot. I'm just saying, you know. On the one screen where it compares everything crawling towards the bottom. Is Skynet available to Entourage or Open Sky? Yes. So have I to send them an email? Did you buy Entourage yesterday by any chance? Anna Crosses is here, good to see you. Mrs. GPHI, you're welcome in. Good to see you guys. Right, what's happening here now? I want this gadget to come alive. We're heading straight to Bert. VLOC is on. Nav frequency is dialed in. We're descending. We're going to hold now at 3,000. I'll take a screenshot after the post it in your Discord and then you can send it to them. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'll chat to them. Let's just get clarification because, you know, one screen says one thing. Like, it's still very much work in progress, so it could be the case, listen, phase 1, no, but phase 2, yes. But I just need to, they need to clarify that, that's all. Because it says here, is Skynet available to Entourage or Open Sky? Yes. It's not like soon or coming soon. It's yes, it is. You know what I mean? So we'll wait and see. Once you read that, you were holding off. Okay. We're on heading mode. I'm expecting the localizer to come alive. Our final course (069 degrees). Ah, balls, wrong button, Murph. Easy. 0607 069. Right, let's see what happens here. Okay, speed is fairly lively. And let's see what happens, shall we? Let's see what happens, friends. Look at the cut of it, though. Isn't it gorgeous? What a machine. There's just something so friggin' mad about the Aerostar, isn't there? Like, how it looks. It just looks fast. I don't know, is it like, you know, the pedo tube coming out the back of the stabilizer? I don't know what it is. But it's nice. Aha! We have some sort of location coming in. Brilliant. Now, visibility isn't too bad, but we'll keep an eye on it. So when this little ticket starts coming in closer, all will be well on the realm, right? Murph, what's the biggest difference between your 4090 and the 5090 that I've noticed? About a 25% uplift. 98 Vulcan, take it easy, buddy. It's about a 25% uplift in terms of performance. That's what I see on the 5090 versus the 4090. So it is better. It is better. There's no point saying it's not. It's a better card. And I think as the drivers get better and better and better, then you'll start seeing, you know, the gap form. Anything on picture clarity? A little bit, yes, a little bit. I noticed that with frame gen, it struggles a little bit. You get a lot more ghosting on the 5090. But everything I do is in 4K. You know, I mean, if you're on YouTube, you're watching this in 4K, right? So the clarity is, and I use an OLED TV, so like the clarity is just friggin' nuts. I don't use HDR, instead I use that on my filters, which I get they could darken it up, but for me, it just makes the thing, you know, utterly realistic. I am looking forward to Rex Atmos, because that'll be interesting now without having to worry too much about me NVIDIA filters, you know what I mean? But in terms of like temperatures, you know, what it can do, how it can do it, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's a very, very capable card. The price does not justify the upgrade from a 4090. That's the only thing. Petrolhead is also noticing lots of ghosting with the DLSS swapper with FrameGen. Ah, hey, Sid is here. Good to see you, buddy. Happy Thursday. Right, so we're trying to fly an ILS approach, and I'm just waiting for this little ticket to line up here. Because when this little bar should start moving in, and then we can start making a turn. Set course the other way too. Well, let's see, will she turn first? This guy should be coming in, because we're tuned to 108.5. 108.5 is the localizer. Now, that's assuming we're going to get the localizer at this waypoint, which we're not. So, why don't you start turning, Murph? There's coming in. She's coming in. I don't know, was that a glitch that I'd only started moving now? Did you guys see that? I've definitely noticed a good performance gap over my 4060 with the 5080, but I'm more impressed with the native 4K clarity. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, the price is mad. I was curious to see if you noticed any clarity over the overgen cards. Yeah, no, there is, Nace. 100%, buddy. There is. As I said, overall, it's about a 25% uplift. That's what I've seen in terms of, you know, smoothness, FPS, clarity, you know, how it handles shadows and rendering, you know. Okay, let's bring the speed back. Dropping her down. Props coming up. Mixture full. Runway's dead ahead. We have visual on it, so we don't necessarily need this gadget now. Speed 140. Now I wonder, can she approach? Yes, she can. Okay, flaps 10 degrees. 1, 2, 3. Speed 120. Gear coming down. There's the drag hitting us. She's trying to descend. Altitude is on hold. Our approach mode should override altitude, so we're not dropping yet. Am I missing a trick when it comes to glide slope information? Probably. Autopilot off. My airplane. We were definitely over the descent profile. Interesting. I missed the glide. Is that what it was, Viper? I missed the L glide, so I'll have to do it manually. The arrow, the yellow arrow on the left side of the ILS. Ah, okay, right. So let's get down the hill fairly abruptly, and let's see what happens, right? What's your speed as we're doing this, Murph? Let's see, can we get back onto that glide? Just for the laughs, you know what I mean? Ross James, welcome in, Ross. Thanks so very much indeed for the follow. Right, that's looking a little bit better now, look. Okay, let's reactivate. It says glide slope. Let's see what the plane is trying to do. So glide slope is captured, so it says. Now she's in descent profile. It's looking after her attitude. Watch her speed. She's trying to line us up. Doesn't seem terribly happy there, does it? Watch your speed. Flaps. 20 degrees. Okay, so glide slope is captured. So, okay, right, we're working. ILS is doing well. I'm a little bit worried over the last kind of heading. But it looks okay. You missed the glide slope. Yeah, got it, Mark. I think we're okay now, though. With the latest 577 driver, NVIDIA did do a good job regarding stability, at least for Roy. Some people didn't have it, but yeah, good to hear, Roy. I got beyond ATC recently, trying to learn the jingo of speaking to ATC. Need to watch your lessons. Yeah. AI ATC is a great learning tool. Alright, I'm happy enough with that. We'll go visual. Autopilot. Disconnected. I have control. Flaps is set at 20. Speed is looking good. Up to 30. Watch the glide, Murph. Oh, this is very pretty. Look at that. Look at the road, look. And we photogrammetry to boot. Nice. 100 knots. Still a little high. We're looking better now. Back in the glide. Happy or happy. 100 knots. Continue approach. It hardly wants full flap, but we'll give it for the crack to see what happens, will we? Right, there's full flaps. Ease up in the glide. Runway 7. Easing out. Get onto that centre line. Alrighty. Hold the nose. Watch the flare. Easy.
Landing time logged.
Little bit of a bounce, but we'll take it. Easy now. Small bit of power. Flaps coming home. All the way. Do-do-do-do-do. Alright, flaps indicate up. Let's see what happens. 96 J Taylor. Murph recently founded the channel. Just wanted to say great content. Thank you for brightening up my Thursday. Ah, thank you very, very much indeed, Taylor. Very kind of you to say. And you're most welcome in, buddy. You're most welcome in. Ooh, we got an aircraft with us. Let's jump ahead here now. Sticky Rice is here. Good to see you, buddy. How are things down under, Meow Flower? All right. Well, we made it in safely. We'll get ahead of that citation. Maddie is here. Good to see you, Maddie. What news of the realm? We'll hang a left just here. All right. Head over to these bits. Some of the old auto gen buildings are like they were grand when we first saw them in 2020. Now that we're just like, no, the hangar is grand, but that building is just friggin' nuts. All right, easy now. Easy now. That'll do us. All right, parking brakes set. Let's continue on. Lights coming off. Let's have a look here. All is good. All is good. Autopilot master. Trims coming off. Flaps are already in. That's looking grand. Avionics master. Let me see. We'll turn those to the off position. And Peter heat coming off. And we'll go ahead and drop her out. Mags left and
Engine off time logged.
well, right and left.
The
fuel.
flight is finished. It has been monitored by OnAir.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful flight. Man, I have to say, the update on this thing, really, really well, isn't it? Max Dalian, afternoonage, man. Hope you're well, buddy. Flight info, so let's go to wheel chocks, tie downs, throw them all in. What are these lights? Beacon light is on. Got the beacon. Right, that looks good to me. Ooh, look at that machine. Look, it's Rob MCR in a citation. Look at that, man. Right now, Rob, are you on multiplayer? Why am I getting nameplates? Right now, Rob, I can see your aircraft nameplates on JoinFS. Isn't that cool? So do you know what they done? Do you know what Microsoft did? Rob, you're not on multiplayer, sure you're not. Photos by Kev, good to see you. The brakes sound like the Roman soldier who was trying not to laugh. Do you find something unreasonable when I mention my friend? Bigus? Digus? He has a wife, you know. Let me check. I'm not. Yeah, okay, so do you know what Microsoft did in an update? And I gotta thank Jorg for this, but they didn't do the right thing. They've turned on show nameplates with injected traffic. But what they turned on the wrong yoke. We're happy with this, but we need the other one, right? Because Rob is not using Microsoft's multiplayer. He's on JoinFS. And yet I can see his tail number. So that is now being transmitted through the sim. Right? What I wanted was nameplates. So that's a start. I must email Jorg on that. Actually, we need to take a screenshot. And then I need to explain this to Jorg, and he's going to be like, what? Hang on, this is important. I better email him on this. Let's see. Hang on now, how do we draft this? Just some quick feedback on labels. I suppose the SimConnect. I can see that the SimConnect data for showing user labels on injected aircraft is in fact working somewhat. It's showing the user's aircraft registration number rather than the nameplate. If this is awesome, but also if it can be added, I'm hoping it's a simple switch in the SDK to turn on, as was present with previous flight sim releases. It is to show nameplates with injected aircraft. This would allow for Vatsim and other injected aircraft. If a user wants to show the nameplates, they will then appear in the sim. A photo below showing the aircraft registration showing with an injected aircraft via S. Wait, you can't see me. Oh wait, you can't wait to see that, yeah, right? Check the sim, Murphy. Another example just turned up. Yeah, Banana's there as well, and these guys aren't on multiplayer, so there's hope for this. Anyway. Right, does this make sense? Quick feedback on labels. I can see the SimConnect data is showing for this grand. It's showing this also added. But also, if it can be added, I'm hoping it's as simple as to show nameplates. Right, send that to Jorg and then see what he has to say. Interesting. The actual name is there. Yeah, no, it is. It's interesting. So the notions on this, lad, direct to the line, or direct line to the, oh yeah, do you have labels in close proximity turned off? My tail is G, B or OB in the sim, and I'm only on JoinFS. Yeah, no, what I'm saying is this data is picking up your username and transmitting it onto the aircraft reg. The request I gave to Jorg was I needed to see the user's name with the aircraft on a nameplate. It should be appearing so I can use, if I press the toggle nameplate on, right? Which it's not working because there's nothing there. It's taking your username and it's now putting it on the aircraft tail number, which is great to an extent because now we know who it is, right? But the request I had was, like, put it this way, lads, you're on JoinFS. What's on my tail? What do you see on my aircraft, right? Like, we can see Banana Dave, but obviously it runs out of letters. You know what I mean? Because it's like, Jesus, that would have been harder to do than just appear a simple nameplate, wouldn't it? That's only my nickname. Rob MCR67. Right, so it's using your nickname from JoinFS. Right, but the point is, the sim is, it doesn't matter where the data is coming from. The sim is showing data from injected aircraft. It wouldn't do that before. Know what I mean? And if it did, I didn't friggin' see it. Like, what do you see on my aircraft, Rob? What does that show? No, this is Sim Update 2. For some reason, I can't see you on JoinFS. Uh-oh. That's odd. Now, is anyone using Say Intentions? Let's see, does it work over there? What am I looking for? ATC? Say Intentions. Ping pong. JoinFS doesn't work for me, it just crashes. Right, hang on there now. Multiplayer, it's on. Group code is TTM. Right, so that's all connected. So if we look at tracker, let's say intentions. My group, TTM, save. Ah, it's only me. Right, is there anyone else on say intentions, lads? No? I got 16 characters in my username. How will that fit in the tail? Yeah, no, it won't. In a box man is here, good to see it. Either way, it's showing. This is data from coming. This is data showing from outside of the sim. This is progress, right? It just is. It's showing data from outside of the sim, i.e., injected data in the sim. That wasn't working before. Like it just didn't work. You know what I mean? So, JoinFS keeps crashing for Cyrus, which is really strange. Because I've never had that issue where it just crashes. You know what I mean? I'm using a substitute for the Aerostar, so it shows the reg of the substitute. Okay. For me, I've substituted this new toy for longitude, and you're just a right rectangle. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Cyrus. I don't know how you're having those issues, man. It has to be antivirus stuff. It has to be, if it just crashes. If it keeps crashing, it's got to be firewall or antivirus. And you're going to sit there and say, no, Murphy, you big idiot. It can't be. It has to be. Something somewhere is not allowing the program to run. You made an exception. You need... What way was your exception? This shouldn't give away any of my personal details, will it? Let's have a quick look. You need inbound and outbound rules. And it needs to be the execution itself, not just... Sorry, you need to do an exception for the application and also its folder, Cyrus. Yeah, also its folder. So if you're wondering where the folder is, add the folder path as an exception as well. Local disk, users, your username, app data, roaming, A, B, C, D, E. Where is it? Is it not roaming?
Hello there.
I thought it was under roaming. Local. A, B, C, D, E, F. JoinFS. Just log back in to JoinFS as that. Okay, so it's... Yeah, so look, it is now taking the information from JoinFS. It's now able to... So hang on. It's taking the information from JoinFS and it's publishing it on the aircraft. Did it... It didn't do this before, am I right? I'm thinking antivirus on my PC for not allowing some background programs to run. Yeah. Strap is here, good to see you. I didn't need to make any changes for JoinFS to work. Just install JoinFS outside of Windows directories. Yeah. Throw it on a different, like, desktop or something. Or not desktop, another drive. Now I need to test this with say intentions. Now if we go into JoinFS now, hang on. they don't have nameplates as an option because it doesn't work, right? They've removed the little button, or they never added it in. So let's see, we can see. So Banana Dave is still shown as Banana Dave. Assign variables. Ah, for bloody hell. This is the problem with JoinFS. That's why we need say intentions, because JoinFS, it's old software at this stage, lads. Like it's just completely like shot to bed. Give me another second here to load up. This is interesting. This is science. This is science. But like, if you can get this gadget work, if you can get like the say intentions one working, it's better. It's better. Now, if anyone has say intentions, get yourselves logged into multiplayer into the TTM group. That would be a great help if you're available by your computer to do that, and you have some audio. Where's Cy Murray? Is he home yet? Why didn't you want to launch? Do 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 do. Sai, you've say intentions. Will you horse on the old computer? Join us at the airport. Kilo Bravo Quebec Kilo. I want to test to see will this work on Skynet. If that makes sense. I'm hoping it does. Don't see you on JoinFS. Yeah, hang on, we'll give it a blast here now. Right, we're connected. Here's some aircraft popping in. Alright. So we've Dougal here now as well, and... what's Dougal in? Okay, RPOR. DDUG. And I bet you that's RPOR. So it's coming up as Dougal, look. So I didn't do this before. What airport? Kilo Bravo Quebec Kilo. Like Dougal knows, we've tested this years ago. That never worked before. I'm right in saying that. So Microsoft is taking the data from an injected source and able to plaster it on the side of an airplane. It never did that before. This is progress, right? It just is. This is pretty mad, right? How much is say intentions for Skynet? Well, it's free for 24 hours. And then it's a subscription then. Is that Skynet? No. This is using JoinFS. But I want to see, let's see here now. Assign variables, no. Command shortcuts. Toggle network state. Follow selected. That's all the shared cockpit stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to get in and show... there's no friggin' nameplates with this. There's no option to appear a nameplate. So there's Cyrus, but he's loaded in using Microsoft Flight Sim multiplayer, right? So hang on. Let's turn off multiplayer on the sim. So there's no confusion here for a second. Okay, so Cyrus has appeared on JoinFS. Hey, Andrew Noble, good to see you. So Cyrus is connected. He's showing up as a PC-12, right? Now, I don't know, is that the actual aircraft, but... Oh, you're on Say Intentions. Brilliant. Okay. Right. Okay. So... Your identity on Say Intentions, Cyrus. If you go into Settings and go into Identity, see the tail number? See, can you update that? And we'll see, can I actually put it on the aircraft? Now, you're actually in a PC-21. Am I right in saying that? You're not in a PC-12. So Say Intentions model matching needs to start thinking about its life choices. It's set to my house, so yeah, so PC-21. So, okay, it's showing it as a PC-12. That's an issue. So how do we fix this? We've no options currently inside of Say Intentions of changing what other aircraft look like. That's an issue. Because it's guessed wrong. It's work in progress. Jesus, he was there, then he disappeared. Oh no! Now, if Cyrus reappears, I don't know, are you still live at a Cyrus or did that disconnect? What plane do you want me to load into? Anything at all, Si? Anything at
They've
all?
done studies, you know. 60% of the time, it works.
Every time.
Every time.
So, right. This is good with JoinFS. I just need to check the Say Intention stuff. I want to try one or two more things. It's set to my tail number, yeah. Cyrus, I don't know, did you get a disconnect there or what happened? Because feedback is going to be critical here. But what I'm saying is, Marigin, I wish you didn't go to bed just now because this is important. The sim is able to get information. Here, I need to explain this to him. The poor devil has only gone to bed. Right, Cyrus T is coming back in here now. 1 second now. Another message needs to go. Marigin, update nameplates. So the sim is able to inject data from JoinFS and put it on the tailplane. This is new. Good morning. Good afternoon. You only out of the bed? Jesus, to be a young fella again. This is new. Also, when it comes to model matching, PC-21 is showing as a PC-12. Right, now that's not it. Changing planes, okay. Okay, so there's an aircraft up the road here now. We can do that and we've put the actual tail number. But only on MSFS models, not on FSLTL, right? Can this data not be used as a nameplate style data ref over the aircraft? Science, right? Crafty Tiger's good to see you. Alright, so Cyrus is in a starship. So how... What? You're in a starship. It says you're in a BE-30. So who's that? Because that's using a different model altogether, yeah? That's not me? Okay. Alright, okay, I'll give it a second now. Okay, I don't see a starship. Okay, we're going to do some science. First and foremost. Murph, isn't it? Hey, Murph. How many people are in our group? I'm on the apron now in a Citation X. Okay, so who's that devil? Okay, you're connected, but we can't see it as an aircraft, not, you know. That's weird. Okay, say intentions. Hey Brian, how many aircraft are currently in our group?
We've got one other aircraft in our group, a Skyhawk flown by Cyrus T.
Okay, whereabouts is he?
Cyrus T is flying a Skyhawk at our 1 o'clock, about 5'9" or 3 feet away, same altitude.
Okay, so this is now starting to work, but I think there's more. Hey Brian, can you double check how many aircraft are in our group now?
We've got one other aircraft in our group, a Skyhawk flown by Cyrus T.
Okay, so the other guys in the group is in the menu, and then we seem to have Dan up at KAGS. Okay, Brian, can you check to see if Cool Luke is also flying with us? He should be over at Kilo Alpha Golf Sierra and connected to our Skynet group.
I can't check on Cool Luke's status. I'm only trained to handle the comms.
Okay, what's Cyrus T flying?
Cyrus T is flying a Skyhawk.
Okay, so Cyrus, right? Just double check this in your Say Intentions menu. When you go up to your options, go to your identity and see this aircraft. Let's just see what's there, right? Or if it's being run by SimBrief. I just want to see, can I figure out whatever the model actually is. You know what I mean? Now, in the meantime, JoinFS, did we get Naughty in? No, so I can't see Naughty as an aircraft. Why is that now? I can see him that he's connected to it. I just can't see him. Why is that now? Flight Sim Mods, good to see you. Welcome in, buddy. It's set to auto. Okay, but you're not in a Skyhawk. Why did it add it to a bunch of areas, but Sim simply doesn't bother to show if traffic source was not its own multiplayer. Okay, it's not even difficult to add them. They just don't want it. Totally understand prioritization. Just the wrong something. Right, okay, so they can't put in a nameplate yet, but they can. So, right, Say Intentions can do the very same as what JoinFS does, depending on what model is loaded. The problem is, I'm telling Say Intentions to use the FSLTL models, right? Flight Sim Shane, thank you very much indeed, buddy. Jesus, 3 months, man. We're doing all sorts of science here. Now, I'm going to refresh JoinFS because it's not behaving right. Yeah? So, let's see what I do here. Disconnect. Reconnect. Why can't I see? Naughty gnome. And then JoinFS crashes. Oh, stupid thing. Right, we'll restart JoinFS now in a minute. Kill that task. Okay. So say intentions is showing me 2 aircraft. Right? So let's ask the question. Okay, Brian, how many are in our group now?
We've got 2 other aircraft in our group, Cool Luke and Cyrus T, both flying Skyhawks.
Okay. This is progress. However, they're not flying Skyhawks. Brian, can you change the aircraft type for Cool Luke? He's not actually in a Skyhawk, he's in a Citation. Brian is going to be like, what? No.
I can't change the aircraft type for Cool Luke. I'm only trained to handle the comms.
Can I change the model matching rules?
I can't help with changing the model matching rules. I'm only trained to handle the comms.
Right, let's see what this does. It's above his pay grade, right? You're now in a 208, says Luke. Okay, give it a second. I don't know how... You haven't reappeared yet, so... I'm not overly worried about aircraft type. The model matching isn't doing a good job yet. I'm not worried about that though. That's a relatively that's an easy fix for them to do. It's okay, but say intentions. What I'm loving about it is it now knows who's in our group, it can identify them, and it can actually give us a fairly good position report of where they are, right? Now, a 208 has appeared. Alright, Brian, how many people are in our group?
We've got 2 other aircraft in our group, Cool Luke and Cirrus T.
And tell me, what are they flying? What are their aircraft? Ah, look, it changed!
Cool Luke and Cyrus T are both flying Skyhawks.
And now, lads. Now the tick is back. Okay. Okay, Brian. What aircraft are in our group? Who's flying and what are they flying? Yeah, multiplayer's turned off on my side, so let's see what it does, right?
We've got Cool Luke in a Caravan, Northern Aviation in a 750, and Cyrus T in a Skyhawk.
Interesting. Okay, so it's doing something right. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim multiplayer, I've turned it off, yeah. What's the difference between aircraft and session? So with the aircraft, planes are appearing and disappearing. I wonder why that is. Okay, so our group, it is showing a number of aircraft. Ultimately, one second now, lads. Right. I'm on St. Intentions. I don't see anyone, but if I turn on JoinFS, I do. Okay. Just go with TTM group. Make sure you're connected to that on the other side. Because well, I see it here, look. So, we've Cool Luke. We've Cy. We've Cyrus. We've Northern Aviation. And we've me. So let's see how many can do. Alright, Brian, how many people are in our group and what are they flying?
We've got Cool Luke in a Caravan, Northern Aviation in a 750, and Cyrus T in a Skyhawk.
Okay, it's starting to pick it up a bit. I'm doing something wrong in my settings. You're showing, it's just not showing it right, which is weird. So this is all now... There's a citation, right? But obviously that's... I don't know whose model of a citation that is, but like it's obviously not the Flight FX one, right? No, you don't need the same radio frequency. You just need to be in the right group, which you are, but yeah, you don't seem to do anything wrong. I see you in Say Intentions, you've multiplayer off. Yeah. No, that's working fine. That's working fine. Because, like, looking at it here, right, what we can see inside our group with Say Intentions, we can see Cool Luke, we can see Cy Murray, Cyrus. Cyrus's aircraft, according to Say Intentions, is in a BE-30. So I don't know where it's pulling that information from. You know what I mean? And it has to be pulling it from the app. Like, what's my aircraft showing up? You have JoinFS up as well? Okay. Multiplayer. So, live multiplayer proximity is on. Share my audio is on. And then enable Skynet multiplayer and your group code. That's all you need, right? That's for, Say Intentions. Right, leave that over there. JoinFS are going to bring back into play, right? Because like we don't want two of them. We just want one of them. Do you know what I'm saying? And say intentions is definitely going to be the one, and the point being is you're going to have almost zero FPS hit, because it can utilize the likes of the FSLTL models that you already have installed. You know what I mean? Rather than having to reload other aircraft. What JoinFS is doing, it's loading in Microsoft's models, but in a group flight, you don't necessarily want those. Maybe you do, but like that's where the issues kind of come from, you know? Where it says auto, I put in C208 myself. Right, Cyrus, when you get a minute, inside the say intentions where you have auto, put in C750 and see what happens. Then click new flight, right? This would be very interesting if that worked. Because if that's how it's trying to detect what model you're in, then that's giving us a way of how to change models. So maybe try that, Cyrus, if you get a second, yeah? So in, say, intentions, where you have your model, what am I appearing as, lads? So under identity, what am I showing as if I don't put in auto? Also, what was the aircraft identifier? Right, that's done with Cyrus. Okay, and then I have you as a Titan. Okay, so maybe restart your client there, yeah, and we see if that works. So identity, Aerostar, which is an AEST. Okay, new flight. And let's see if I change. I've set as C750 and click new flight. But we have someone showing up as a C750, so that's good, right? So Cyrus now says C750. Type. Okay, so this is doing a thing, right? My Microsoft setting is I've turned off multiplayer. Okay, so it is reading, according to this, it's reading Cyrus. So I'm going to restart this client. Still not doing it. Do. Aircraft call sign, tail number, aircraft ICAO code. I have you as an Aerostar as you own the aircraft. So why aren't we seeing a difference from Cyrus? Cyrus, you've nothing here. This second option, sim brief overrides, you don't have that selected, sure you don't. It's just the top one. What you want ATC to call you. Aircraft call sign, that's blank as well. See, that's the thing, you don't, like, where JoinFS is, it's just, it's not being worked on, you know? Like, it's changing them to what, we are getting 1750 in there. And you've gone into new flight and all that jazz, yeah? Okay, then why the hell isn't it picking it up? Let's see if it's on my side. Doodle-doo-doo-doo, doodle-doo-doo-doo. We're getting completely sidetracked here, but this is science. I like science. Luke says I had to completely close the app. Okay. It's still transmitting him as a Cessna. Interesting. Okay, Brian. Who's in our group and what are they flying?
We've got Kuluk 199er2 in a Caravan, Northern Aviation in a 750, and Cyrus T in a Skyhawk, all nearby.
It still thinks you're in a Skyhawk. Interesting. Okay, we'll try and figure out why it's doing that, Cyrus. The good news is it knows who you are, it knows where you are. It just doesn't necessarily know what you are. Right? Story of my life. But the other guys, it's working. It has Cool Luke and it has is it Banana Dave? Like it has these guys showing correctly. So that's progress from Say Intentions, right? Right, so we're gonna park Say Intentions now for a minute. And now over to JoinFS. And let's see what happens here. Okay, so we have hoppity aircraft. Why are we getting 2 aircraft over here? So that's Naughty Gnome. He's jumping up and down like a mad devil. And we've a plane floating in the sky. November 5 a.m. So we've Dougal. Right, we have a few of the lads. These are the issues you get with JoinFS. The ghosting and the up and down. And now, I can do stuff here to fix this. So Naughty Gnome, save him, right? Now that's the session. I want to... Objects. Refresh. Aircraft. Naughty Gnome is in the livery 7. Right, let's see what we can do with this. What does it mean by include all simulator aircraft? Stop tracking, follow, enter right, substitute. Right, so how do we fix include all as everyone on JoinFS, just not your hub. Yeah. I have loads of aircraft showing in lists thousands of miles away. Yeah, you can turn that off, Dougal. Yeah. Black Ice Gabe is here. Good to see you, Gabe. Welcome in. Luke says JoinFS won't even load for me. Well, how do we... This is something we can't really do because this is like network jitter, right? So how do we fix that ticket? I can't join the server on JoinFS. What are you trying? Is it down as Firefly Air Cyrus or is it down as TTM Flying Circus? Tarnish, good to see you, buddy. What's interesting here is it's picking up nameplate data. sorry, it's picking up user data and injecting it onto the aircraft. Unless I'm complete and utter total stupid, it hasn't done this before. Neither are on the list. Right, hang on, Cyrus. Do us a favour. DM me your... Cyrus, I need this number. Whatever's on this screen for you, the top bit, right? And then your JoinFS name. Just drop that in a DM to me there. We'll get you sorted. Now, I can also tighten things up on the server over here as well. So give us a second. JoinFS. So, save. And save. Now, session, permissions, naughty known, right? So that's the session. Address book. Diddly-diddly-dee. Diddly-diddly-dee. Address is that. We're doing science here, lads. Cyrus, I want you to connect to this. Just do a copy and paste and put this into the address bar in JoinFS where you're joining, if that makes sense. That number there, Cyrus, right? You can't get Skynet to work, right? Must be why I'm... Yeah, it could be the case that you're that's why you're bouncing, yeah. Could be. Right, let's have a look. Cyrus the virus.
Hello there.
Hello there. We're doing stuff. James, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, buddy. So Cyrus, when you put that number I just gave you, that goes into... Where to me? That goes into... Turn off SIM and password, yeah? Paste in the number I just gave you into that top bar. Sorry, into the second bar. Into the second bar, Cyrus. Yeah, so your top number, you can't change it, that's your identity. So the second number, if I turn off password, for instance, I can horse in that number. Right? That's the wrong number. If I put in this number and click join, it should then ask you for a...
I'll pull the big switch, good buddy.
It'll ask for your password, yeah? MDA 009, welcome in, my dude. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had an awesome stream in the A400 Canada Firewatch stuff. I was watching it earlier on, buddy. It looked awesome. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. Welcome. But we're here trying to get technically technical. Right. Loads of fun. Right, Cyrus, you have connected. Yeah, you're in. I see a green light. So Cyrus is in. We just need to find him. So there's someone in a... Right. Now let's see. Who be this? November 427 Romeo Charlie. And there's Sunjammer. We're doing one of the Firefly achievements. Oh, nice, buddy. Nice. Okay, so Naughty Gnome and Sunjammer are jumping around. Is Sunjammer on 2020 as well, I wonder? Interesting. So Cyrus, that's you in the Starship, correct? All of you are in 24 and JoinFS. Tick ignore box stops it from dancing. If you're on 24, click ignore. Wait now. When you say ignore, that's going to ignore the aircraft, is it not? No? Ignore disappears the aircraft. Don't do that anyway. Sunjammers in 2020, Naughty Gnomes in 2020. Okay, so it looks as if the 2020 aircraft are jumping around the place. Which is, you know. Right, okay, well, we're getting somewhere. So the 2020 aircraft are jumping around, so nothing we can do there. That's just a limitation of technology, right? But the guys who are on 2024, well, they're showing up now. Interesting. Okay, well, this should be good news for Cyrus. At least the gadget is running, right? Bossman is in November 24 runway chart. Ah, Bossman, nice, buddy. That's not a custom registration number though, is it? Or is it? Glad you fixed that. Good man. Now there's no tail number coming up on the Starship. And the model is kind of somewhat shagged because it looks like an engine's running. But I don't care. At least it works like it's, you know. So that's not a custom one. Okay, gotcha. Alright. Well, look at lads, there's a bit of progress here all the same, right? I mean, look at this. The whole point of this is to give us options in multiplayer flights when we can't fly in multiplayer because we get CTDs. This is showing us aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim with their multiplayer server turned off. Say Intentions will be the one to watch when they get Skynet up and running. But for the moment, JoinFS seems to be working fine, right? Now, what have I to do here? So Cyrus has a custom tail number. I don't think so it depends on what model it shows. So let's see, if I change Black Square Starship. So Cyrus, the Starship does not allow custom reg plates. Nick said that. He won't allow custom reg plates. So if you were to change an change to a different aircraft that does allow custom reg plates, then we'll see it. But the Starship by default doesn't show them. You know what I mean? So the Citation is coming up well. The DA42 is coming up well. But some aircraft just don't have the dynamic tail numbers. Starship is one of them. You know? But at least we have you there now, right? This is great news. This is friggin' fantastic news. Because the biggest pain in the ass is we tried to do a multiplayer flight, the servers crap out, and then we're like, my sim has crashed. It's going to take me 10 minutes. I don't want the hassle. Do you know what? You know, I'm just going to sit down. No, I know what you're saying. Technically it does, but the model doesn't allow for a dynamic nameplate. I'll change the model to something else, but my understanding is I can't read the model is what I'm saying, right? I could be very wrong, but I don't believe this works. It's just something that Nick told me. It won't. It could be okay on your side. It won't push forward, or I can't push onto it. I hope that makes sense. Oh, Jesus, Cyrus disappeared. He's now 5,000 miles away. Oh, you're going back into the menu, is it? Some good science and testing. Yeah, we need to do a bit of testing. Like, what's very powerful about JoinFS is the fact that you can substitute the models. If I wanted it, I could literally make everyone appear. Yeah, no, you're going to have an issue with the black square plane, Cyrus. When it comes to the tail red, you just are. Because they don't... Well, hang on. Don't do that. I'm going to substitute this again. Right? Don't do that now.
Oh, Jesus.
It's just what black square does. They don't let it transfer. You know what I mean? Does bind the citation on 20 give it in 24? Yes. Yes, it does. Willie VR, good to see you, Willie. Welcome in, buddy. Like, for example, Cyrus, I wonder if I change it into something else. Right? Just for, you know, pig iron. There's your name there, look. Do you know what I mean? So like it is reading your data, but the black square planes block it. Nick told me that they won't work. You know what I mean? That's mad, isn't it? It's mad. So even though Cyrus is in, actually, what are you actually in, Cyrus? Because I just changed it to a C750. Okay, he's gone now. He's changing into something else. Now, Naughty Gnome. I wonder can we fix him? I don't know. Ah, balls, that wasn't 90 Gnome along. Or at all. Oops! Who's that now? Delta Echo E. There he goes. Who's that now? E or MT? Yeah, it's bugged. That's why they block it. There's memory leaks and all this kind of stuff left in. That's why they block it. So who are the lads? So Naughty Gnome was still leaping around the place, and Bossman. Bossman was on. Wait now, who's this? Is that Sunjammer? Delivery has its own tail number. Okay, gotcha. Alright, well, successful testing, lads. Right? Nace is here. Good to see you, Nace. We're having fun changing things. What? Okay, I just want to show Naughty Gnome as a blimp. You can show him as a Huey. Kind of mad what you can do with JoinFS, isn't it? Right, anyway, reset, refresh that. Right, lads, successful science lesson of things that work and don't work. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, we would all agree, Murphy. Right, turn off JoinFS. That concludes the first part of the stream where we were checking out the gadget. Murph, I still don't have that A350 mini build. What? Really? Hang on a second. Hang on, Cyrus. That was how many days ago? All right. Stand by, Cyrus. Stand by. Okay. Right. Give that a few minutes. Right. What we're going to do, we're now going to ramble over to 2020 because we need to have a look at planning our Vatsim flight for this evening. As Britain DC rambles in, look at the timing from Britain. He knows we're flying into his neck of the woods this evening, so he's all up on our business going, yes, Murph, you need to do the thing with the oak. So for this, I don't need... on air, did we... Murph, did you not finish the flight? You muppet. Register your flight. I never saved it. You muppet. Register the flight. Retry. Analyzing flight data. Huzzah! Phew! So, show the flight record. This is our flight that we did. And it shows our landing. Yes. So, our score, the landing, it took a point off us on our landing. Flaps deployed, touchdown. So I need to check that because we did have flaps deployed, right? Vertical speed was 117 feet a minute. That'll do lovely. That'll do lovely. So we got some of our points here, right? So as we can see on the screen, right, we had it was a freelance medical transportation mission. We got some rep increase. We got paid, reputation bonus, comfort bonus obtained, safety bonus, aircraft handling bonus not obtained. An issue with the flaps, I think. Need to figure out why it's doing that. Soft landing and a flight score bonus. Normal wear and tear in the aircraft. So it's simulating all of these things. So we'll click OK. That adds it back into our profile. And yeah, isn't it brilliant? You have the A350, but it's not showing up in the AnyBuilds menu. Okay. Well, hang on. Let us exit out of On Air because I'm having so much fun with this bit of software, man. It's absolutely friggin' brilliant. Cumulus, Stratus, and Thunder. So we will eventually be moving into Thunder, right? We'll start building some stuff up there. But we're going to close that gadget. I think it's closed. Yes. Now, AnyBuilds have changed the Any Manager, right? So give this a second. If you go into your products page, you'll see now that you have scenery, aircraft, and utilities. So make sure you move across to aircraft. Tarnish. Yeah? That's where it's hiding. Anyway, Cyrus, I'll get that sorted for you. I've sent an email on it there, so hopefully that doesn't take long. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to close off this, and we are going to close that. Holy tabs on your screen, Murphy. Right, we're going to fire up Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, but I just need to make sure that we have our scenery in there, okay? Tarnish got sorted, sweet. So stream only, we have flight beams, Washington, Dulles control. Right, so we've Dulles up and running. Let's go ahead and fire up Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, and we're going to have a look at our flight for this evening. Now, to do this, we have to ramble over to another website, which is SimBrief. SimBrief, come back to me. Now, how many internets do you have open? How many internets do you have open? I'll go long. I'll go far in life, lads. You know, close that, and now open this. Right. So we're going to do our flight for this evening, friends. And this is all terribly, terribly important, right? New flight. And we're going to go into our Discord. And all the new fancy stuff that I have, because I'm brilliant, right? Let's have a look here now. Diddly Squat Farm Shop. What? Who's that in Diddly Squat? Stu went into the Diddly Squat. That's fantastic. Brilliant. This bird is bloody good. Yes, it is. Naughty. It's a very nice plane. Where is this now? Come on down here to our Vatsim channels. And this is now, this is all threads, right? Threads. KIAD is your local. You're 5 minutes down the road. Put the kettle on. Banana Dave, you take it fierce handy out there, buddy. So with threads, it just means things are easier to find. So example, what's going on? Just show me Vatsim Thursday stuff. Here's Vatsim Thursday. Here's our details for tonight's flight. So this week, we're moving from Appleton International, heading down to Washington, Dulles, America's capital, striking mix of grandeur and history, iconic landmarks with the Capitol, the White House, and the Washington Monument. It's a great city for low and slow VFR flying along the National Mall in the sim, ignoring the restricted airspaces of the real world. Interesting fact, the airport was designated by famed architect Eero Saarinen. He also designed the St. Louis Gateway Arch. The iconic main terminal with the sweeping roofline was considered revolutionary in the 1960s and remains one of the most architecturally distinctive airport terminals in the world. Bonus detail, Dulles was one of the first airports specifically built for jet airliners, introduced the now rare mobile lounge system, giant transport vehicles that drove the passengers from the terminal to the aircraft, pretty much like a bus on stilts. And of course, Dulles was the airport featured in the movie Die Hard 2, Die Harder. Anyway, our routing for tonight, it's going to be out this way. We're going to copy this into Navigraph, or into SimBrief. Our departure time is 1900 Zulu this evening. So we're going to put in Firefly 235, departing from KATW, heading over to KIAD. Our aircraft is going to be that of a Fenix A319 aircraft, right? Phoenix, and we are going to use the IAE engines once again. And if we look at it, is that right? It looks right. We're not using that gadget yet. Our routing is Nero, Alfie, MGW, and the Gibbs 5. That all adds up. Let's analyze our route. Route looks good, and generate the flight. Do. I've been on one of those lounges on wheels. Very strange, really. Okay, so initial or cruise altitude on this one. Flight level 370, cost index of 25. Route distance is going to be 657 nautical miles. We can see some wind. Positive component, we have a headwind. 234 degrees, 28 knots. All right. Passengers 136. Right, so that's all grand, right? Now, before we go any further, we want to go into Vatsim radar, and we also want to go into Vent U Sky. All right, so let's have a look at what the weather conditions is doing later on. Temperature, I'm not overly worried about, right? Indianapolis, I'm not worried too much. It's the wind we want to look at this evening. So if we go to about 2000 my time, we can see where we're leaving up around Green Bay. Winds are relatively calm on the ground, 6 or 7 knots, easterly direction. No, coming in from the west, sorry, right? But when we get up to our cruise, well, this is where life is going to get interesting. So as we're flying down this way, we'll actually start off. Yeah, there's going to be a headwind, so it should be blowing the head the entire way. We're coming down this neck of the woods, right? Baltimore. So we're heading over this neck of the woods here. So there's Philly, there's Baltimore, and here's Washington. So it doesn't actually look terribly bad. Quite heavy up there, but like it actually calms down quite a lot. So I'm not expecting any sort of mad winds. For landing then, well, it's going to be a southerly wind as well, 2 to 3 knots. Any gusts to worry about? 4 to 8 knots. All right. What about precip? Do we have rain on the way? Let's go back to about 1700 and we'll come back up here. So yeah, Green Bay, we're expecting a bit of rain there later on this evening. Let's have a look what the shower is doing. So there is savage weather over there at the moment, but that seems to be dispersing as we kind of ramble across. So that's fairly okay. There is definitely rain. This kind of weather front moving in. It's far north of where we are, so I'm not too worried about it, lads. Further south, there's a second front moving in, and this guy is actually moving to the north, bringing up weather. But I reckon we're going to escape all of this as well. There's a bit of fog there this morning, showery stuff, but nothing major. Okay, the cloud cover. So, current time versus when we're planning. So, yes, cloudy conditions, then it'll brighten up, and as we get down to our destination, we should be landing. It should be a couple of clouds, scattered clouds, I'd say, if that, maybe even less. Few clouds, maybe. All right. The air pressure, this is going to give us an idea. So we're going to be leaving, let me see, 7 o'clock. So the temperature and pressures, 1014, 1020. 1020. So we're flying into slightly higher pressure, meaning that the weather in the Washington area is going to be nice. Beautifully clear here today, yeah. So we can see that. High pressure always indicates stable weather. Clear skies, you know, temperature. Well, not really temperature, but certainly calm conditions, right? Rip Johnny, good to see you, buddy. So it's relatively high pressure throughout all this neck of the woods. There's a low pressure moving in. That's where you get in the front. But, okay, I'm happy enough with our weather. I'm not worried about that at all, right? Now, sky scanner, or sky vector, beg your pardon. Let's put in a route on this just for the sheer crack of it, right? KATW, KIID. All right. So what we're looking for here is TF4s. All right. Looks nice at Washington and X-Plane. TF4s are important. We need to know what they are. Now, we're expecting to fly with ATC. Doesn't matter. There is immediately until further notice from surface level up to 18,000 feet, a TF4. And then we have another TF4. So what do we need to learn about this? This is from the FAA directly. No pilots may operate an aircraft in these areas covered by the NOTAM, except as described. All right. So we're landing into this, so we will have permission to enter, right? 30 nautical miles from the surface up to and including. From the 3rd of September, it's a permanent TF4, right? Basically what it's saying is you cannot enter here without explicit permission, effectively, right? And then this one, as the closer you get in, it's just like, no, you're not flying in there at all. Pretty much, right? So we just need to be aware of that. And if we have to divert with ATC coverage, you're going to be fine. But just, you know, downtown, very close. You can see where it has its own little Ronald Reagan Airport. It has its own TF4 within that area as well. All right. So that's grand. We're flying to in here. Now, there's a security surface up to 1,000. Right, that's not too bad. This is where we're flying into. So this is more relevant for kind of general aviation VFR flying. As airliners, we're going to be routed into this because the class Bravo will take care of this. You know what I mean? Be on your A game if Dulles is controlled. Yeah. So we need to figure out, well, what's Dulles likely going to throw at us tonight? What do we need to be very careful of? Okay. We have prohibited areas and restricted areas. Because we're flying IF4, we're in airliners. Chances are we're going to be getting coverages and we're following our charts. I'm not overly worried about this. If we were flying general aviation, it's a class Bravo, so we know we can enter a class Bravo, but we can't really enter here without, unless we had very specific, specialized clearances to do so. Helicopter, for example, emergency services, all that kind of stuff, right? The airport, it's a friggin' huge airport, so we need to be careful here. Washington Dulles, right? Let's look at the whole setup here. So a number of different runways. There are 4 runways giving us 8 directions, right? Can we zoom in here, please? Okay, so the airport diagram. We've 1-9er right, 1-9er center, 1-9er left. There are your 3, and then you have 12 or 30. On the far side, you have 1 right, 1 center, and 1 left. So we need to kind of get this visually in our heads. How is this going to work? There's an absolute crap ton of runways, right? Let's go into our A319. Let's go up to KATW. Appleton. I don't think there's anyone on Vatsim at the moment. Always check before you load in, friends. Vatsim radar. No, no one up there. All right, we'll start off down here for the crack. Right, load in the sim. Being a VA, they'll probably ask us where we want to park. Worth noting about this. Yeah, 30 is primarily used for departure, and you land on the 1s or the 19s. Sweet, okay. Perfect. Okay. We're going to check out the airport. We're going to figure out where it is. We think we're going to want to park. Based on what the weather is doing, we have a good idea. Headwinds and all this sort of jazz, right? All right. Chase plane, thank you. GSX. GSX is taking its sweet time as per normal.
The boarding requested.
Okay. GSX isn't screaming at me to... Oh, what's going on here now? Have I no views? Have I? Ah, Jesus. Where's all my views gone? Or, do you know what it is? I'm using the wrong aircraft. I wanted the CFMs. Hang on. Jesus, just as well we didn't do that. Just as well. Could you imagine? Right, we'll go with the CFM variant. Because I think that's what the problem is. Jesus, lads, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Let's see here now. Right, come on, Sim. Murph, just do the GSX stuff like EFB from Phoenix. No issues at all with that when you're using the GSX integration, really. Hang on. Let's go with the CFMs. And let's try that again. Where's this now? Diddly-dee, diddly-dee. Oh. Right. Let's hope this works, right? IAEs for the win. Yeah, but no, I did the 320 with the IAEs, so I'm going to stick with the CFMs on this. Right, this needs to be live, so just saying, just use GS... Yeah. I don't know, I'd never trusted... I always use GSX just manually, you know?
The boarding requested.
Right, make sure that's all working. Okay, that's all working. Ground power should be connected. Yes. Battery 1. Battery 2. External. Crew. Ground control. Emergency lights. Logos. Wings. Okay, so let all that warm up and do its stuff.
Passengers bus is coming.
We're going to open up Navigraph now, and we're going to pull in the entire flight from SimBrief. Import the flight from SimBrief, and it's going to be this. Lovely. Right, friends.
Runway awareness. Okay.
This is where we're going to start thinking about life. So our departure, it reckons it's going to give us runway 21. All right, so we're going to be starting somewhere here. Somewhere here. All right. So we're going to be taxiing more than likely Charlie or Delta onto Bravo and then we're departing runway 21. All right. We've no departure. It's a straight out, or it's what do they call it? A non-standard departure. So we'll have to vector ourselves, or ATC will vector us back on course and up to the Nero waypoint. So in terms of taxi and takeoff, not overly worried. Runway 21 is what it's going to be giving us, right? Right. The approach is where the crack starts. So it thinks it's going to give us runway 19 left at the moment for a landing. So if we look at the approach from Gibbs, 19 left. Where is our transition? Let's see here now. So we're going to be coming in this way. It's the R nav. So we can go to the Mat C. Transition. There's nothing here tying up with here, is there? Landing runways 19 left. Okay, we can do an RNAV. It just doesn't show me the transitions. Huh. What about the RNAV? Well, we could say final, right? We get as far as Matt. Would that be right? I'm just trying to think, how do we get, what's our transition from our arrival to our approach? You know what I mean? So we get as far as the Cooks or Matt, right? Vectors from Matt, I reckon so, but like, if we don't have ATC, usually the approach spits you right onto a runway. Yeah. So it'll be from finals, effectively. Add that to the route. So we'll get a turn. Let's have a look at the approach then. So our initial approach fix is going to be Lemieux or Lemieux. Lemieux? Usually it's a 90-degree turn. Approach transitions. Right, yeah, that's like so we're going to come in from we're coming in this way. Speed restrictions 280 between 25 and 21, that's grand. At Mosley it's going to be 250 at 11,000. We get to Gibbs, probably Sunny J, and then up this way. Okay. Radar required, that's grand. That's grand. Maintain, that's all grand. So, let me see. Landing from Gibbs, track 108 to Sun J, then track 168 to Psyob, then track 192 to Mike J. That's the wrong direction. 19. From Gibbs, on track 108 to Sunny J, then 042 to Odayu, then on track up to Kusk, then track 010 to Mat C, then track 010. Expect radar vectors to final approach. So we stay on a heading of 010 degrees until we're told otherwise if we have ATC. Pretty much that's what they're telling us. Right, fair enough, that makes sense to me. Then we'll get radar vectors over to the ILS approach. So we'll be up here somewhere, dithering about. Yeah, we're going this direction, and then we're going to expect ATC to turn us to our initial approach fix. Yeah, that's what we're expecting, depending on the winds, of course. And then from there, we were just rumble in. We're on the ILS, report when established, and then our runway is down here. Or he can give us either or. But if the 19s are active, he'll probably give us an option of what we're doing, right? If it's the 01s, we just come in the far side. You know, very likely the center runways. Okay, but it won't make much of a difference. We'll have a look at those as well for the crack. Let's have a look at the approach. Remove that. Let's look at the 19 center from Gibbs. ILS 19 center. There's no transition, so we'll say final. Same story again. The star isn't changing. So we'll either route to Mike or we'll route to Mat C. Either or. Right? This is the same crack again. So our initial approach fix is going to be the nukes. And then we're in that way. Missed approach, I imagine this is going to be the same. Climb to 3000, direct, move and hold. Straight down, direct, move. What would it be like for to Hutter one? What if it was the ILS 19? Missed approach, climb, direct, move. So they all go down to move. They all go down to the hold at move. Alright. Move. Try select transition of Limu. Should extend the center line at least. It doesn't give me an option to select that transition. You know? Oh, it does. Limu. Well, Matt to Limu, either way it'll bring us in, right? Missed approach. Okay, this is slightly different. Climb to 800, turning left, climb 3000 on heading 010. Head outbound on the VOR radial to Asper and then AML to hold. .800, left turn and then Asper. Okay. What if we get the right? What if we get the right? 19er right. A different hold. Out to Amos. Climb 800, then turn right up to 3000, 280 outbound on the radial 264, Amos and hold. Okay, so there's 3 holding areas. Alright. Not too bad. And then ATC will take care of us from there. Alright. Okay, so let's just go over this approach again. So if we're using the ones, radar vectors to final approach. If we're using the 19ers, radar vector to final approach. Either way, we're going to be using one of these two. We're either going to go up to the mat or we're going to the mic. All right, are we all happy enough with that? It's either one of those two, depending which runways are active. It's going to be the 19s. The wind isn't going to change, so it's going to be the 19s, right? So that's straightforward enough. Any constraints along the way, as per our chart, if there's no ATC, we'll be descending via the star. Just watch out for these couple of things though. So you have a speed restriction 280 knots. You have a speed restriction 250 knots at 11,000. And then your altitude 6,000, exactly 6,000. In fact, you need to be 9,000 or above, 7,000 and then 6,000. You need to be bang on the money there, yeah? You never know. Things around here are a bit strange. We sometimes go on the ones in the evening. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It's still, you know, it's very straightforward. Like, if it is to be the ones, right? Let's change this. If it is to be the ones, it says it's not used. Why is that now? Let's put in the 01s for the crack. It's going to be the same star, right? And let's just have a look. So 01 left, we'll look at first. So 01 left, same story, missed approach, climb to 800, up to 3,000 turning left, outbound on the VOR, and then you hold to the left. It's to give you this, Bob Ross, it's to give you this visualization of what to expect, right? So, me Bob Ross painting is going to be, your runways are here. I mean, lads, hang on now. Cancel them. Your runways are here, right? 1, 2, 3, and then you've one gone off like that. It's an unhappy face. Either way, if you're flying on this runway, landing this direction, your missed approach, and then hold is something like that. If it's this one, your missed approach is hold something like this. And if it's this one, your missed approach is going to be hold over there. Very same heading south. So if we're coming down this way, we hold out here. Yeah. This way, we hold here. And then this way, we hold over here. It's just to get that visualization in your head, because when there's many runways, things get confusing. But if you can kind of visualize this and say, right, okay, well, I know I need to be over that direction somewhere when it comes to a missed approach, because a missed approach, go into the hold, you can stay there as long as you have fuel, and if you need things to calm down, calm it down. Go missed approach, get into the hold, and you stay there until you're ready to move out. It's one of those, like, you know, saves, you know. Only time I went missed at Douglas, I just got vectored back. Yeah, well, you can ask them, if you're going missed, request publish missed into the hold. Or you can just say, look, I have an issue with my aircraft, need to enter the hold at such and such. Do you know what I mean? They're not going to say no. They shouldn't say no. But that's just to visualize what we're doing. And then, of course, if we were to use the other runways, which we're not, that hold is down here, and that hold is up there. You know. Plus, if allowed, you can step runways on visual approach on the southern approach. Yeah. Okay. Right. We're happy enough with that. So, I'm happy enough with all of those. Cancel. Runway. We're not using that. We're going to change this back to, let's call it the 19er. 19er left. Approach. Let's call it 19er left from Limu. Alright, so that's the first part of the jigsaw. Departure straightforward. En route stuff, don't worry about it. Your arrival, right, which is the Gibbs 5 ORNAV arrival, fairly straightforward. Just be careful of your altitude and speed restrictions. But again, your aircraft is going to pick it up. We'll blot it into the aircraft. We'll put the constraints there. We'll have an idea what we're doing, right? If you get behind the aircraft and ATC is online, don't be afraid to ask for delay vectors. They will route you and give you more time to get back on top of the aircraft. Super. That's a great tip, Naughty Gnome, yeah? Great tip. So if you get behind the aircraft, and we don't mean physically, I'm over here somewhere. The aircraft is going to head to you in terms of you haven't properly programmed your arrival. The systems, you're not ahead of the plane. You often hear people say, stay ahead of the aircraft. If you get caught out because you were distracted with communication, with navigation, or the cat came in and savaged your leg, right? Well, you can ask for assistance. You can ask ATC for a delay vector. They'll route you and then they'll give you more time. Just tell them what happened. I'm under a bit of pressure. Can you give me a delay vector? I've never used it, but Naughty Gnome saw it. It's worth a shout, right? Anyway, the arrival is grand. Just be careful of the speed constraints. And again, we're looking at some of the waypoints because you might get direct twos. So Brandon, Heroi, Tab, Kicker, Moslem, Monk, Beamich, Tasman, Gibbs, Kusk, Matt, or Siob maybe, or Mike. These are the names you just want to into your head, right? Oh yeah, I remember hearing B Mitch, right? Will ATC help you with the cat as well, right? Apply ointment to your lower leg. Brilliant. This on-air thing is an upgraded version of FS Economy, looks like. Oh, Johnny, light years ahead of FS Economy. Light years. Because it does more than just that. Does more than just the economy. There's progression, pilot training, and all that in it as well. But anyway, that's grand. Our ILS approach, we're going over that, the missed approaches, and where all the holds are. We have a rough idea, right? Now let's try and tackle the Shagan Airport, because this is a big ass airport. So, depending on our runway, well, what do we need to learn about? Well, let's go up. Calling for ramp entry, remain with FAA ground control until switched to the ramp. Calling for the push, provide call sign, terminal gate, and first departure fix. This isn't really going to apply until next week. All pushback operations from midfield terminal ramp will enter taxi lanes, require clearance from ramp control. That's grand. Taxi lane Charlie is active. That's okay. 747.8, that's okay. Echo 1 restricted, that's okay. All aircraft wind span restricted. Expect to exit runway 12 onto taxiway Quebec 4. Secondary, okay. So that's more to do with our departures, alright? If you ever end up at Dulles in real life, make sure you go to the museum at the south end of the field. Has an SR-71, a Concorde, and a space shuttle. Really, Vruden. Jesus. Alright, so we're landing on one of these guys here. Let's get a little bit of familiarization with the airport layout. Our three southerly facing runways. General aviation ramp if you're using your business jets. Unless there's an FBO there. I haven't found one yet. Cargo ramp. Our main terminals and concourse. And then you have a whole block down here. We have a tower. Further in, GA terminal and ramp along with customs. Other options for your business jets. Up here. Ramp Bravo, ramp tower. What do I mean by ramp tower? Okay, so look, yeah, they're just the gates.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
North area, taxi lanes, midfield area, and then south. So your rampies have all different frequencies, right? So we need to watch that. Northeast of the field is the GA ramp. Okay, so we need to watch that, look. You have 3 different frequencies. Dulles clearance is grand. Ground 1216 is west. 1219er is east. Then you have your runways for tower. Your one will be probably on... Jesus, 3 tower frequencies. Ground doesn't cover the ramp, so you're good once you get told go to the ramp. Yeah. Potomac departure. The Potomac departure frequency for aircraft departing Washington Dulles varies based on the direction for departure. It's not going to affect us. It's a departure. We're doing an arrival. It's something to watch for next week. I've never seen that before. Potomac, right? All right. let's go in and have an old proper gawk at the airport, so. Now, it's worth noting our alternate is going to be down to Baltimore. I reckon we change our alternate. Potomac. Okay. It's actually pronounced potato make. I'm just thinking that that alternate is just going to create a headache if we have to use it. I would rather go somewhere a lot easier. What do you reckon? Okay, we won't worry about it now. Just be careful when we file the plan, because we can divert somewhere else, out the road somewhere. But I wouldn't be using that as our alternate. Firefly Air will get you near enough to it, you know. Baltimore is pretty easy. They're all easy when you've done them. But like, you know, the stuff can get you caught. Well, to be honest, it is fairly straightforward. You're either you won't be using the 15 left or 33 right. You're using either 10, 28, 15 right or 33 left. Yeah, to be fair. In actual fact, you'd be using 15 right. And then your terminal is just, it's a wraparound. So yeah, okay, that's actually fair enough. All right, right, let's go in now to all our charts, taxi, airport information. So we're looking at that one already. Let's learn something here. ASDEX in use, operate transponders with altitude reporting mode on ADS-B on all airport surfaces. So mode C, squawk, when you're ready to rock. As in when you're ready for pushback and all that. Runway status lights are in operation. Pilots conducting enhanced flight visual systems. Be aware. LED ALS in use on runway 1C. Large flocks of birds and deers on the vicinity. 180 turns out of the apron positions have been made with minimum power. What's this now? Itinerant aircraft. Contact the FBO. Okay. That's traveling aircraft. Flight notification services advise customs ADCUS. Continuous backup power available. Okay. Flight training between 2200 and 07 prohibited. Engine run-ups between 2200 and 0700 require approval. Air carrier pushbacks and power from all apron positions required clearance from Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority. Okay. During periods of aircraft saturation, long-term parking may not be available. Services for fuel and go only will be available. Low-level wind shear alert. Terminal Doppler weather radar. All right. Additional runway information. Over there. Parking gates and stands. Calling for ramp entry. Remain with the ground control until switched to the ramp frequency. On initial contact with the ramp, advise call sign, present position, taxiway, and assigned gate. Now, do we need to dial a gate before we get in there? Shouldn't have to. You know, on some airports, you kind of have to go ahead and say, hey, can I have this gate, please? Okay, we don't need to do that. Not needed. Okay. I would say the Charlies are probably the best bet, lads. But we'll see. We'll go in and have a proper look now in a moment. Low vis operations shouldn't apply to us tonight. 747 and A380. Anyone taking a heavy in here tonight, be advised, look at the taxiways that are open to them. Most notable, do not use Charlie, Delta or Echo or Alpha. Restricted. Same with the A380. Okay. I'm happy enough with that. Odds on he'll ask you. Yeah, just say taxi to parking or gate. Okay. Right, let us go and check out the scenery and make sure it loads up and we don't have any issues. Right? Are we so far... we're picking up some bits and bobs for tonight already, lads. Yeah, we're getting the gist of it. The gist of it. That's what it's all about. Like doing a flight like this, flying into Washington. It's if you've never done it before, it's right. You're going to get nervous. You're like, holy crap, this is a big airport. You're also in the capital, right? But it's like any flight you're going to do on Vatsim. Any amount of time you spend planning, any amount, it'll absolutely stick to you when you go to fly it later on. Because we already have in our mind, you know, the layout of the airport, what a missed approach might do, where the traffic areas are. Like, we already have an idea of what's going to go on. Do you know what I mean? So let's just load into Dulles. And let's see what it's going to look like here. Now, because this is a much bigger airport, I want to test Vatsim, so make sure I don't have any traffic to load in on. So we, oh, look at that. ATC is actually online up that neck of the woods. Right, KIAD. So we do have an aircraft on the ground. There is a Delta sitting there. So I'm just going to load in on Charlie 12. I have two of them. That's never a good sign if I have two of them. Is IAD... No, only one of them. Live. Unload. Let's see what happens. I wasn't listening. Can we start again? Sorry, Marty. Yes. For your benefit, we shall start again. Oh, I'm looking forward to this flight, man. Yeah, big ass airport. Invented by the Irish, of course, back in 1997. No, it wasn't. Right. Dulles Control. Need to watch Die Hard now. Do you know? Brilliant. All right, let's see if it loads up. We need to check the scenery to make sure all is well. And, well done, Murphy. You just happen to pick a gate that's for, like, ginormous aircraft, you muppet. All right. Easy now.
The boarding requested.
Okay. Let's get some familiarization with the airport. I just happen to be at... Well, no, I'm all right. I'm all right. The jetway hardly comes out this far, does it? Can I not use the jetway? We're too small for that jetway. It's not you. The dev didn't do a good job with it. It features a beautiful brand new Annex Skywalk opening delayed and an outer marker that talks. Yeah, it didn't do a great job, did it? Forward stairs doesn't want to work. Okay, let's go to a different position, GSX. Gate C. Medium. C4. Warp me there. Right, let's see what happens here. The B stands are better. That'll hardly come out to us, will it? Right, deboard.
The boarding requested.
Did the jetways not work here? For crying out loud. Okay, so the gates are shagged. Is that what we're saying?
This parking is isolated.
Ground services are not available.
I'm perplexed. Just about we're doing this now. Okay, let's see what happens. Lunar Jets, good to see you.
The boarding requested.
That's mad about the jetway.
Hello there.
Hello there. All right.
Runway. Awareness. Okay.
There we go.
Feet.
Okay, let's get ourselves a little bit of familiarization. Chaz Babylon, thank you very much indeed. 5 months, buddy. Cheers. I'm on CI. Oh, come on, Naughty. You're on C8. Okay, so it actually isn't as big and mean as we thought, right? It's a big ass airport though. Okay, let's get on to the gadget. V-pilot. V-pilot. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens as we load in some stuff with things. Hang on now. Okay, it looks alive. So where did Naughty say he was? See something. On Unicom. You're on C8. Is that you there? Vatsim model matching. Are you in the longitude or the C750? Are you supposed to be in the C750 and it's showing you as a Learjet on Vatsim? How do we fix this now? How do we do this? Settings, model matching on 2020, custom. Sim objects airplane. Ooh. No, I was actually giving out to you. I wonder, do I have the aircraft active in me marketplace? I need to check that, right? So that could be just a small problem. Right, anyway. Let's get ourselves some familiarity with the airport and landmarks and all the jazz. Here we have a tower. Up here we have another tower, which would be ramp. Then another ramp. And this is probably our ground here. Okay. Gee, it's a nice airport, isn't it? Fairly dated though in terms of interiors, but it looks accurate. That's the main thing. Okay, so what is it going to look like when we're landing here? Something like this. We're going to be approaching it this way. So there's a toll booth. We'll see that from miles back. There's the city. No, it's not. There's the city. And there's photogrammetry further on down the road. Photogrammetry stops here though. Jesus, the whole airport sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? Naughty Gnome got timed out. I don't know how to untime me out. Hang on. Divert to Discord, Murphy. There are model matching VMRs on flightsim.to. Let's go ahead and grab that. Have you a link, Naughty? C750 VMR. Right now, how do we do this one? That was last updated 2 years ago. Might say citation X. Man, Naughty. Grab a hold of that now. We get this sorted now, lads. We'll get this sorted now, and all will be well in the realm. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Capture failed. For crying out loud. Stupid thing. I was too quick. Drop the link in there, will you? No, shag off, Dougal. There you go, mate. Alright. I'm not a robot. I'm a real boy. Right. Underdog. Open the file. Go back to me downloads here for a second. And we're going to 7-zip it. Open it. And we're going to horse you in there, look. Underdog FFX. Right. Come here to me now, V-Pilot. We're going to have a serious word with ourselves. Settings. Model matching. Custom. Add custom. Get into downloads. There's the devil right there. Apply. Okay. Will this work, friends? Won't it work? Will it? Won't it? Will it? Won't it? Where's my friggin' plane gone? I'm lost! I'm over here. Incorrect. Your simulator failed to create aircraft for citation. The model files may be corrupt. Ah, I know what's wrong though. I know what's wrong. How do we fix it? Right, move that up, apply, okay. I think I know how to fix that, right? Ferozman says, if not, he's still timed out. Do that. Untime it. Rescan. I have a feeling I don't have the plane installed. Do you know what I mean? You're back. You're back. Right, no, that's okay. We'll figure that one out now in a minute. Right, so, I'm happy enough. The scenery looks good. I don't have anything in terms of performance, stutters and the like, right? So I think we're looking good. Right now, where... Jesus, will you slow down the map, Murphy, for crying out loud? Where's Washington? Over here, isn't it? Yes. Asha, there you are now, looking all its beauty. Did they not put DC in this as with photogrammetry? Okay. Murphy has lots of work to do. See, this is why we do these things. Yes, yes. Right. We're over by the Wellington Monument. Is that the one that looks like a stick? Yeah. Right, hang on. Let us load and download some stuff. Yeah, it didn't look like DC. We'll fix all this now, of course. Why isn't it photogrammetry, though? Right. Not that shiny. Shiny. That's why we do these things, lads. That's why we do these things. I'd have been absolutely raving later on. We fly in here and it's like, oh, check it out. Oh, don't have it turned on. Right, marketplace. Now, do I have the aircraft? Oh no, world, city update. World update, city update 10. That it? Denver, San Francisco, Honolulu, Dallas. I need to grab more of these. Downloads have started in the background. How is this taking so long to grab 64 kilobytes? City update 10 United States. I'll grab this one first. Why is this taking so long? So how have you been? Do you come here often? Oh, look, it did a thing. Right, brilliant. You have successfully, well done. Right, back. World update 11. What's it? Jesus. No, world update. Is there not a 12? City update 3. Texas. City update 4. Northeastern. That looks like Washington. Buffalo, Washington, D.C. Yes. Right, here we go. I've stopped lurking. They're all streamed. Just acquire them. Yeah. Downloading. Why does it take so long? It's so slow and painful and... Right, let's see what happens now. I need to grab the citation as well. Why don't I have that? Why is that not installed? Who's in charge? We just don't know. Isn't it so lovely they're all streaming 24? Yep. It just is. You don't need to do this. Right, this is going to take a moment. And now for something completely different. Oh, look, I get in. Right, brilliant. Right, next. Marketplace. Aircraft. She's on the way. Malky man, good to see you. This will hopefully fix everything. No. Was I telling you have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning? To get on, well, to get into the Skoda, to drive to Dublin, to fly to London. I'm going to be tired now, lamb now tomorrow, you know. I get cranky when I'm tired. Well, we're flying into London City Airport, which I'm very much looking forward to. Because that's like, straight in at it, lads. Straight in. Let's see what happens now. I don't know, do I need to restart the sim? I should be alright. This should be like the national anthem. Could you imagine, like, at sporting events? Be way more interesting than the ones we usually hear, you know? Yeah. I flew into London City on a CityJet Avro a few times. Always a nice approach. Oh, the Avro. The RJs. Nice, Hans. Nice. Yeah, that'd mean class. The tunage is like electrifying. Right. She's done it, Jemima. Gate C8. Hopefully this all works now. I reckon it will. Let's see. %. Come on, you devil! No, we're in. There's a photogrammetry. Right. Can we now connect to the thing with the yoke with the stuff? Over here, Murph. Connect. Launch. Boop-a-doop-boop. Where's the naughty gnome? Where is he? He was there a minute ago and now he's gone. Ooh. Ah, Jesus, naughty gnome. Did you disconnect or something? Murph, what are your music options if you want to do live streams on YouTube? My music disconnected. Sorry, you're alright. Naughty gnome, you're on the wrong stand. And you're still coming up as a Learjet. What's going on there now? I use epidemicsound.com for my music.
Passengers deboarding started.
Why are you not coming up or showing up as the right aircraft? Right now. Okay, I'm after. This is shagged. V-pilot is shagged. Let's try it again. Do 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 do. Did you move stand? Naughty gnome. Because if you want, I can move. While we're waiting. Oh yeah, that's much better now. Well, I say much better. Bloody hell, they need to update this airport look. Just to blend in a little bit better, you know what I mean? Right, let's load in some of this photogrammetry, please. Come on, Sim, you can do it. Britain DC's gaff is down here. Put on the kettle. There's the Pentagon, invented by the Irish, built by the Irish, and in use by the Irish. The Central Irish Agency. Right, I'm over here, look. Right, now we're looking better. Ah, yes. Brilliant. Brilliant. I'm surprised they didn't put that in as a 3D object, right? Didn't Dresvecki do like an absolutely incredible scenery for this? Okay, Naughty is still showing up as a Learjet. We're going to do one last thing before we go. We're going to nuke it, and then we're going to start it up again. Just in case the problem was on your flight sim appears to have crashed. Yeah, we see that. Just in case it needs a reload. A reload. You know what I mean? So, right. I shall, me love. Milk and sugar. Yes, please. Right, let's see if it needs a restart, like Hans has suggested it might do. Deadly. Oh, brilliant. So all in the background, same tensions we're working on Skynet. So there's now a way to change models, override anything you want. Brilliant. Kill him with fire, Murph. Yes, yes. Microsoft servers have struggled loading all sceneries. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen now, lads, but sure, listen. That sounds like the other song. There was an actual song with that. Wasn't there? Oh, yeah. This is the song you play when you're getting ready to go out, you know what I mean? It could mean anything you want it to mean. I had that earlier too, made a speed test so my connection had full speed, but the maps wouldn't load in high quality. Do you know what I mean? You can have a great crack with that. Predictive text. Wait, what? Let us await for the arrival of the loading of the gadget. Living in America by James Brown, doesn't it? Living in America. It did sound like that. Right, hang on. Wait. So listen. Right? And then you're a knight for me and I have the FFA VMR. Let's give it a second. It's very strange what goes on in the world, isn't it? Now, I see Naughty almost as a citation. No, I don't. Hang on. Let's see what happens, right? Always reminded me of Rocky 5. Oh, yeah, do you remember? Yes. Big Al's parody was pretty good. Is this the Bill Clinton Washington ad? I am not here. Sounds like Tear for Fears. Oh, it did actually a little bit, didn't it? Yeah. I don't know. Right, let's see what happens. Come on and load. The excitement is killing us. Why am I showing up as the United? Well, I shouldn't be showing anywhere now. I have to get the turbo fitted to me. SCOTUS, says Gabe. Best of luck, Gabe. Go handy now. It sounds, yeah, with a bit of a jazz tone, yeah. We're here flying Washington. Bill was brilliant. I met Bill Clinton. Sunjammer is the United. United is the Sunjammer, right. Let's see now if it all loads in. It should load in, you know. I have every bit of confidence in your faith, lads. Yes, yes. Right. I can't believe that's the same song. A mad devil is James Brown. Mad devil. Superhighway. Right. Let's try this all over again. Will it work or won't it work? Who knows? Where can I... That's the wrong airport, Murphy. Where can I start? I shall start over here at... C... What did you go for? 8, was it? Hang on. Where are the lads? C8. Where in the name? C8. Get in there now, you big idiot. Is that right? C8? Is the scenery incorrect, I wonder? Because you've C8 and then C12. You know, it's accurate. Right, and that. Right, let's see what happens. What happened? What did I miss? Nothing. I mean, yeah, we're playing music. Man, I need to get a jacket like that. Yeah, I need a jacket like that. It wouldn't fit me, mind you, but... Right, now, come on. Let's see, will this work? Don't crash sim. Okay. Get in there now, Cynthia.
The boarding requested.
Yes. ATC. Be pilot. Yes. Shall let this all reconnect. Tries to do a thing with the model matching. Why didn't it do model matching? Let us connect to the network. Wait, it says it's working. Ah, for Christ, the name of what is going on? Why is that stupid thing not showing up? I installed the gadget correctly. Right. Guess it's a 2020 thing.
Passengers boarding started.
I wonder, do I need to load in with the aircraft? I do, Dougal, yeah. Sky Command has rambled in to wish us well. He says, my word, look at this specimen of perfection. The plane is too cool or whatever. Sky Command, welcome in, buddy. Hope you're well. Rescan or RScan now installed. RScan? What? I'm showing as a grey 750 past the United. Rob MCR is showing as a... Look at that, how come it's working for Rob? And he's on Vatsim. Naughty, are you in Flight Sim 2020? I wonder. Okay, you're in 2020 and Rob, you're in 24, I take it. I wonder, is that what's upsetting it? It shouldn't really, should it? Is it delivery? I don't know. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't care about delivery. Living in America. Right, so we know the mod is working. Could be what aircraft he has coded in for his flight plan versus the one he has selected. Oh, hang on. Naughty. What did you connect to vPilot with? Aircraft type. What did you put into the gadget? Did you put in C750? You've just tried both C750 options. Oh, hang on. Try a different one. Put in C75X. Do. That's so strange how he's not like, that's just mad and odd, because we can see that Rob is showing not a bother, and we've got a couple of Firefly guys here showing not a bother. Yeah, Banana Dave, it's on later on, yeah. Your simulator failed to create aircraft Firefly 123 using model Firefly Air Neo. The model files may be corrupt or not installed correctly. Who's that for? Like, that's loading an FSLTL aircraft, right? So if I go into FSLTL, what's the Lear number? Hang on, I might be able to do it this way. LJ35. Hang on. Don't come out now for a minute, Naughty. Okay, let's have a look. Here's that. FSLTL. Right, try this. Let's see if this works, friends. Let's see if this works. I don't know, will this work? We could be lucky. Living in America. Great song. Yeah, the scenery here, these jetways, like they're shagged. Look. Now tell me, how is he still showing like that considering I just turned stuff off? Where are we flying to? We're going to be going to Washington later on. Just trying to get this sorted for me though. ATC V-Pilot. You just got a GPU VRAM high usage warning in the sim, Dougal. That's interesting. Yep, you'll get that in 2024. That's interesting. Looks like a Lear 23. Alright, turn off all the fucking Lear jets. Let's see. FSLTL. So it's not actually a Lear 25. Right. So that's a Lear 25 turned off. And if we come down to IVAO, LJ. Naughty, you're after disappearing. Please don't go too far. IL, there he goes. What did you do, Naughty? What did Naughty know? Did you do that or did I do that? Because if it's you, I'm going to block you at some stage. It's the VMR. I'll edit it and send you a new one. But you don't need to edit it because now you're appearing as you should do. No? Now you look correct. He was appearing as the wrong aircraft, Kelly, but all is grand, all is well. It doesn't recognise Firefly Air. Oh. So you had to put in FFM in your flight plan. Would that be right? Okay. Right. That all works. Quick test. Oh, Jesus. Quick test, Murphy. Power. 1228. Watching the traffic, Firefly 235, radio check.
Firefly 325 by 5.
Lovely.
5 by 5.
Oh, thank you. Lovely. Brilliant. Right. Right, great success. Fantastic news. Right. I need to go back now and go back into GSX and tell it to turn off the jetways for this airport because they're shagged. But apart from that, I think we're doing okay. So, friends, that's going to do it. We'll be back in 4.5 hours. We're kicking off at 1900 Zulu this evening.
Okay.
And Rashid, thank you very much indeed for subscribing. Welcome in, buddy. Lone Gamer still hasn't enjoyed the VA. Get in there, will you? Right, that's going to do us, as I say. We're back this evening, 1900 Zulu, as we fly from Appleton down to Washington. Live on Vatsim with this face. It's going to be great. Until then, have a lovely afternoon or evening or morning. And we'll see you in a few hours. You take care. See what happened to Matty Lonesome? Oh, that was brilliant. Did you see him? Matty, are you okay? Are you okay, Matty? Oh, Jesus. Oh. Microsoft, it's Murph. Someone clip this, if you can. Do you hear the sounds? I've been blaming aircraft developers. Asobo or Microsoft need to fix this. Do you hear the noise? Outside the plane? You need to fix that, lads. It's the...
Do you need a hand?
No, we don't need it. Do I need a hand?
It's heavy, yeah? Jesus, Murph!